Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown A. And stake at all of us at 6How. KHOW.com. iHeartRadio. Martino is on Denver's Top 630 How.
I'm consumed Tom Martino with the deal ever on Ream or AO water heaters. A new tank, just $13.99. It's just $14. Fully installed water supply lines, gas lines, 6 years, and they'll even of the old one. Heard me right. Better Euro Plumbing 3668-844. Plumbing Colorado Net.
Men, as we age, low testing can cause many issues, decreased energy leap, a lower sex drive. And if you're like most men, treated for low T can change your life. But it's all important where you get treated. Your health matters. Only medical practice, the expertise in men's health can help you get the best. This is Jeff for the Men's Clinic, the leader in low T and other health issues across the range. And if you're feeling less described and haven't yet been, or if you're not with the treatment you're receiving, I'd invite you to at the Rocky Mountain Men. Our expertise is mental health. It's all we do. Successfully treated thousands for low T, and we offer 5-star experience like no other. If you're men, you'll be astounded and at the results. So make it a point. Your initial visit is only $10 and includes blood and medical consult and on testosterone. The appointment, your visit is 720-07900 Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Summer's ending and this is helping us clean up to pricing. 3 is $109, $75 cleaning. That's carpet super purifier, the best clean in nature. You think any carpeting will do? Thinking if it wasn't just, they're not really chemicals and dirt and residue are left behind, and only Zero Resin really clean. I'm consumer advocate, so that's why Zero the only carpet cleaner than my home, how my health and inequality. No catch my carpets a clean see and feel. 347150. 109 bucks, $25 off. Clean carpet or indoor air quality. Would you do anything else? Zero Resify. For kids, safe for pets. You 303-151 ZeroRes.com. 471-150.
Your home is full 22s for upgrades like new and fresh paint or put towards your dream home. Orchard's Move for Later program. Both. Pay for your current home and put more money in your new one. Works. Makes you an impressive cash offer for your home. That'll cash for you to move into your new home. Next, your team handles the upgrades on your old at no upfront. Then your local agent lists and sells your home on the one customer said, Orchard sold my home more than I expected.
to head the search for a successor to CEO Bob Iger. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
The English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay.
Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Governor Jared Polis spoke last night during the Democrat in Chicago.
Democrats welcome weird, but we're not weirdos telling families who can and can't have kids who to marry or how to live our lives.
Polis spoke a lot about Project 2025, a blueprint of conservative values from the Heritage Foundation to be used if Donald Trump is elected. Polis called those who believe in it dangerous and says they want to take the country backwards. A former Jeffco Public Schools employee and current pastor is in trouble for allegedly sexually assaulting a high school student. Rubel Martinez is accused of abusing a former Lakewood High School student multiple times between 2014 and 2016. The female victim called police earlier this month and relayed her story. Officers say Martinez may have more victims and that the investigation is ongoing. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
Yeah, tried to wrap up the rush hour. Had a late problem into Boulder along US 36. It's improving, but still kind of heavy coming in from Broomfield to the Boulder area. E470, the toll highway, has been jamming up a little bit, heading up through Pena. Some backups there. That's all road work related. 270 slow up through Vasquez, and east side of I-70 has been a little busy. We're still seeing quite a bit of volume coming in and out of the tech center, as well as in through downtown. No other major problem spots. Construction work cranking up in a lot of areas out here. Watch for delays also on Parker near Lincoln Avenue. Weather today, partly cloudy with a high expected around 86. Tonight it'll be partly to mostly cloudy skies with an overnight low right around 60 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Jonathan, 630 KHOW.
Slow down and move over. For people changing a tire, roadside workers, or emergency service crews. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
Hi, it's Dave Logan. Maybe you've received one of our Team Dave Logan's publications, or maybe heard our radio ads a time or two. Maybe you're wondering what makes us different from everybody else, why you should choose one of our pros for your next project. The answer comes down to trust. For 15 years and counting, TDL has served our community. And at Team Dave Logan, we screen and vet every single company on our team with the goal of connecting you to contractors you can feel comfortable inviting into your home. In other words, contractors you can trust. Visit TeamDaveLogan.com today.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-356-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-800-356-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Listen closely.
Nancy, will we see you on the People's Picket Line? We need you there.
Or a picket line might sound like a pickup line.
Oh, I have been
10 seconds here, Tub.
Yes,
Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. A good friend for many years and the owner of Fix It 24/7 in the house, George Donaldson. Normally he sends underlings. Just kidding. He's a good guy. George, you lost weight. I don't want to bring that up, but you did. You look great, man. And I'm not going to ask how because everybody's got their own secrets. And I know Oprah got in trouble talking about it. But anyway, I lost weight too. And I'm trying to just do what's right. And then here's the deal. Matt wants to talk about emissions. I want to talk about oh wait, did he go away? Is he gone? That guy that wanted to talk?
He did.
Okay, never mind then. Call back, bro, if you want to do it, because I'll be happy to help you. I want to talk about greedflation. Now, I don't believe truly that it's there to the extent that the Democrats are saying. And again, I'm not saying Democrat versus Republican. I truly am not. I'm talking about inflation. I got an email saying, Tom, why do you doubt greedflation? Isn't that one of the reasons? And the reason I'm talking to George about this, he owns Fix It 24/7. He's also just an entrepreneur for many years and has started many companies. And he sees the supply chain. He sees the retail consumer. He sees the in-between, the workers working their asses off to make a living with him. He sees it all, right, from every level. And he started as an electrician. So here's the bottom line. There is something going on, and I hope people recognize this for a discussion about society and not politics. I have my certain people that email me all the time that say, you're just trying to push an agenda. I'm not trying to push anything. I swear to God. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not trying to push an agenda. I am truly trying to make people aware of things in the marketplace. And by the way, if you do have questions going into the shoulder season, we'll talk about what that is for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. George is here, of course, he's here for that too. But as a businessman, we're told now, and again, the playbook for any politician, and I mean any politician, whether you're conservative, whether you're liberal, whether you're progressive, whether you're a communist, socialist, I don't care what you are, capitalist, the playbook in politics is to make division. It is. No matter who you are. Don't you agree? They're doing a good job of that. Okay.
They're doing a good job of that.
But don't you think everyone does it? I mean, truly, point out differences and divisions, saying they're coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
I
think it's gotten, has it not? It's gotten so much more extreme in the last 5-10 years than it ever was. So,
okay.
Look, the reason why good politicians won't run now, good people won't run, is because you can guarantee, look, everybody, I don't care who you are, has some sort of past.
Of course.
They're going to drag you and your family through the mud.
Yeah.
Like, who wants that?
But is Mark signed on? He's not? Okay. Okay. Here's the deal. And I got a smart audience, so I want you to chime in, and you can call in. And I'm not turning this into a political forum. Here's what I'm asking. Are you tired of it, or is it real? For example, here are the latest divisions. Those who have not, and the greedy bastards in business. I should coin that, greedy bastards in business, GBIB, and that charge too much. Is that the case? Is that what's happening? Or was it government spending, or is it a little bit of both? Do people look at a situation and take advantage of it? So Mark Szymanski's on. I want to bring him up. Is he there right now or not? Is he on yet?
Yes.
Mark is with Genesis Total Exteriors. I love Mark. Honest to God, we go so far back, and in home improvements, you need people you can trust. Mark, do you see suppliers, do you feel, that are raising prices for no reason, or do you see a reason? What I'm asking is, we know there is inflation, But have you noticed maybe people taking advantage of it in your business?
Oh, I think so. I think anytime manufacturers have an opportunity to raise things because of a certain situation, they do. And then it's like, let's say oil. Let's asphalt shingles. Petroleum's a big part of asphalt shingles. Also, we get a price hike because of fuel costs, or
Yeah, but won't they tell you, Mark, it's because their cost went up, right? Or are they just making that up?
Right. But then all of a sudden, let's say petroleum comes back down, and do they give us a credit back? Nope.
Okay.
I haven't really had them ever come back down.
Okay, so you get surcharged, you pay more, but it doesn't seem to reverse itself. It seeks a new level. No. Do you find that, George, in
100%
suppliers for HVAC?
It's so true. We actually tell people look. So this time around, it was the supply chain issues, and which we predicted before it even happened. Chip shortage. So it made sense. Like supply demand, it took it up. I've never ever seen it come back down. So in the last 25 years being in this business, whatever causes it to go up, it never comes back down. So 2020 made sense. Like it made sense of why it should go back up for a period of time.
Right.
But then it should come back down, right? And not only is it not
going
to go back down.
And that's what Mark is saying. He's saying.
And I'm agreeing.
So Mark, so when things go back to normal, why are the prices still up there? And then again, and here's what I want to ask you straight up, Mark. Have you ever raised your price? This is a loaded question, and you don't have to answer. But have you ever raised your prices simply because you want to make a little more profit and put money away, or is it always in direct response to your expenses? And what I'm asking is keeping the same margin.
Right, you try to keep the same margin. I mean, we have our goals here that where people are out doing estimates and such. This is what we need to make because we have our costs that keep going up too. And, our office, insurance has gone crazy.
I know. You're right.
All these extra costs. And so we have to charge more.
And then also, Mark, you have to fight with insurance more than ever, don't you? Because you do a lot of insurance repairs.
And not only that insurance, but also our own insurance.
No, I know that. Yeah, your insurance. How much is your your liability? How much is your liability insurance going up for someone like you in that business? I mean, percentage.
12%.
12%. In 1 year.
In 1 year.
Wow.
Yeah.
George, what about you guys?
Yeah, about the same. So, I think, we actually have 5 branches in different markets, so we have leverage to where we can now bring that pricing back down and fight back on it. And when we acquire other companies, we see that their prices are a lot higher than ours, so we do fight back on it to keep our costs down. But it's just a fact. Like when fuel, equipment, material, everything that you have a cost of in your business goes up, you have no choice but to.
But is it too? Here's what I'm asking, because I get emails, and I know the people who email me know who they are. That say, here's what they say. They say, no, it's more than maintaining a margin. They're increasing their margin because they know they can get away with it.
Some companies are we were just not too long ago speaking about one, but they've
been doing that. They've been doing that forever. There are some companies.
That's the bottom.
There are some companies, and I know that Mark Szymanski knows this too with Genesis. There are some, Mark, that they don't care if they ever get the customer again. They just get everything they can. They just knock, the expression is they knock their heads off. But not many do that, right? Mark, do you find that? In home improvements, haven't you seen people? There's one popular home improvement company that I swear to God, once they get in that house, they start at about 60% higher than anyone in the market. And the least they'll go is 30 to 40% higher, but the homeowner feels they're getting a great deal. And again, you might say, well, that's free enterprise. People pay what they do. But Mark, do you think there are some, but not many, that do that? They knock people's heads off?
I think, yeah. I think in general, to me, repeat business is huge. Being doing this for 25 years, having repeat customers is so important.
Of course it is. Yes, it is. It's very important.
And it just makes things go so much smoother. And so everybody felt they were treated fairly with us the first time or the second or third time. They're coming back to it.
Yeah, pricing has always been tricky, and I didn't mean for this to be a pricing discussion. I think it's a discussion about inflation. Kamala Harris wants the nation to believe that prices have gone up. Let's just say it like it is, because there's greed, and they're taking advantage of the perception of inflation. And I just don't see that as prevalent. I think it does happen, but that's not the major reason. That's my thought, not as a political person, but as an economic or finance person. What about you? How do you feel about that whole topic, Mark Szymanski, Genesis?
I think just the whole economy. I don't think that there's culprit greed out there right now, and I certainly don't want to see price freezes and things like that. That's proven over centuries that just does not work.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. However, there are things I do believe. There's reason why it resonates with people, because people don't want to pay a lot of money. So they think, yeah, you should. Do you know that supermarket margins have actually gone down? Not up. They're actual margins, supermarkets. And she wants to target food prices. I mean, it's...
But look, I mean, so what you just said, people want to believe that, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But they don't understand the true cause and effect. A lot of people don't.
No.
Yeah, she's going to do that. Well, here's what's really going to happen. The farmer who sells eggs, it's not going to be worth it for him to anymore, so many of them won't. The stores are going to have shortages. And
I know.
And there's going to be a black market, so it's just going to be, do I know the farmer to go get the eggs and pay? And I'm going to actually pay a lot more to do that because it's supply and demand, right?
All right.
That'll be the cause and effect.
Hang on. We got more coming up. Mark, stand by for your promotion because it's a great one. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Damage 303-761-6400. This is Henry with XL Roofing, and I have tip number 3 for you. Ask the roofer if they want money up front. If so, that is a red flag. If you give a roofer cash before the job is finished, you are just asking for problems. XL Roofing, you do not pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. XLRoofing.com.
Now we'll go back to Mark Szymanski, Genesis Total Exteriors. I've known him for years, trust him, endorse him, refer him to people. And there is something else he does that we don't talk about a lot, but it's commercial tenant improvement. In other words, when a tenant moves into a place and needs to fix up the workspace or do improvements or insurance claims or anything. Mark, expand on that a bit.
Yeah, so we have a whole division. We've had it ever since I started 25 years ago, and Mark Schindler in our office. And it's our commercial side where we're going into, a person says, well, I'd like to lease this space, and you need somebody to build the walls, put the carpet down, hang the doors, and, maybe you build out a kitchen or anything else, bathrooms that you need in a commercial space. We actually do quite a bit of this work, and you're right. We don't talk about it much on here. We mostly talk about home, but we do a lot of commercial work.
Yeah, and you can talk to Mark directly. They'll send someone out. They'll look at it. They always have people available in their commercial division. And this is something where, speaking of expensive, if you don't shop price, you're going to be shocked. And Mark and Genesis has always believed in value. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Of course, they do interiors as well. They do commercial finish. They even do mold detection and mitigation the honest way. 303-679-8509. Genesis, as in the beginning. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. I'm always happy when customers customers of mine, endorsement clients, people like the Art of Granite, people who love giving a price on the phone, like Fix It here. They'll tell you that $39 before they get to your house, right? For that clean. But let's talk about the Art of Granite. They'll give you a price right now. Call them. Send them a pic. Give them some square footage. Tell them what you want. They do more than granite. They do any natural stone, any materials. They do your countertops and give you a price on the phone. In fact, all materials are wholesale for the countertop unless you go to their remnant. yard, then you get it free. You just pay for the fabrication and installation. That's theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. So,
boom.
How's Lance doing?
Fabulous. Crawling like a storm now.
Oh,
Yup.
that means he's gonna find death. Another couple months, he'll be walking.
Feeding himself already too. Not like forks and whatnot, but should hand him a little piece
Yeah.
of cheese, and he's like, "Yep, I know exactly what to do."
Yep.
Little piece of turkey. Yep, I got this.
Is he doing the babbling thing? Like
Oh,
try to talk and.
Yep. 10 seconds, guys.
Local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, we got a lot of leftover stuff. Our phones were slammed yesterday wall to wall. And I'm happy I'm getting a little more time to talk. But if you get a call in, we will take you right away. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to talk about Water Pros as well. They have a special that's second to none. It's unbelievable. And that is $31.95 for a complete water system. Now, let me explain this to you. He was selling just the softening part for $3,400. And, you know, it's still cheaper than a lot of people, but he was selling that. And then the filtration for the triple filter reverse osmosis for $1,400. Still cheap, but he put them both together now for $31.95 until Labor Day only. 303-862-5554. Now, let's continue here. Fix It 24/7's in the house, fixmyhome.com. And we're going into what we call the shoulder season. I want to talk about that coming up and what it means, because every year I preach, don't get ripped off, don't get ripped off, don't react under pressure, don't react under pressure. Then what happens? During the shoulder season, these good companies are sitting around twiddling their thumbs a lot of times because people aren't getting things checked. Then the first giant cold snap, what happens? George, what happens? First giant cold, you can't make all the calls.
Yeah, so we're going out fixing systems that didn't get the cleaning done from us, right?
Or they didn't notice the small problem when it was small.
Yeah, which will, if there is a small problem, we'll find that when we're doing a cleaning too. But I mean, so yeah, getting all that taken care of. And then what our biggest complaint, Tom, our number one complaint is when they call us when it's super hot, super cold, and they're
no heat or no air,
saying, hey, they won't come do this cleaning.
Oh yeah, they
And we're
tell,
like,
yeah. They say, wait. I thought for $39 they come and they'll do an extreme clean and check and everything. And I said, yeah, but they got like 2 weeks booked out here for no heat. I mean, it is ridiculous. But you know what? It's human nature. I swear to you, everyone in the world, they don't do preventive maintenance, they don't do preventive dentistry, they don't do proactive health, they don't do stuff for their home. You shop when you don't need it. Even with attorneys, I've told you this before, I'm serious. No one ever believes they're going to need an attorney of any kind. Keep a list of attorneys that you've heard about that you trust. Right now even, when I move into a city, well, this has been many years since I moved into a city, but I would always get a list. That's how referrals start. I would always get a list of reliable people that I can call on so I don't have to think about it under pressure. And that's why I founded the referral list. But anyway, let's go back to a couple things. When it comes to this so-called greed, I wanted to talk about supermarkets. They're being targeted. Supermarkets have the same, or no, less of a margin than they had. They have a 1.6%. That's what their profit margin is right now. When you start messing with this, you are going to have, as George said, shortages because suppliers are not going to do it. And people are not going to make less if it's below what they need. I'm not telling you that they need more or need less. I'm just saying it's a fact of life. Now, here's the thing. With, let's say, fast service restaurants, everyone was crying that these people need to make a decent wage. And I believe everyone should make a decent wage. But decent wage doesn't always make a career wage. They're different. Some jobs are meant to be entry level. They're not meant to support a family of four. They're just not meant to. That was not how the economy was structured. It was structured to have people who do entry level, then they move up or move out. Then you have people that do other kinds of work. And the economy works with different levels of income and outcome. When I say income, opportunity and outcome. You don't have equal outcome ever because it wasn't meant to be that way. You move up, move out, or move on. Or if you stay there, recognize it's an auxiliary job. It's not necessarily a career to support your entire family. And I'm going to give you a novel idea. Sometimes you can actually decide not to start a family until you can afford it. You can actually put off any kind of goal, cars, houses, all of that. It is just a fact of life. But we get now people who are ringing up groceries or serving fast food, and I'm not saying that passing food over a scanner and boxes of cereal over a scanner is not a great job to have, and they're not doing a valuable service. But let's face it, people, some of them are making $25 and $35 an hour, sometimes more. And fast service people are now making what plumbers used to make. So here's the bottom line. Then you complain about the prices. So you have the same administration who argued people weren't making enough to now saying, yeah, now they're all making more, but now you're charging too much. I swear to you, it's all math. It has nothing to do with politics. It's math. You can't mess with it. But I'm going to tell you one of the main reasons people distrust business. I'll tell you one of the main reasons. I think they're all for free enterprise. I think most people are for free enterprise, meaning supply and demand, pricing, competition, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of businesses do everything they can to thwart free enterprise. They say they want it, but a lot of them really don't want it. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. If truly there was competition, if you could call and get a relative price for something and get an idea of the price range, or see published prices somewhere on different things. If you could make decisions based on price. But people don't do that because they want to sell you. And here is the biggest problem. It happens with cars. It happens with any kind of thing you can buy. I don't care where you buy, what you buy, when you buy. Their idea is to price it and for you to close the deal before you shop around. It's just a fact of life. Why? Because they can't afford to advertise, gather leads, go to someone's house or have someone walk in the dealership or do that. They can't afford to do that over and over and over without closing. They have to close a deal. It's just math. It's life. If you're in business, you know what I mean. If you're a small contractor going out to a house and you want to do windows for them, or you want to do a deck for them, or you want to finish a basement, or you just want to do a countertop, whatever you want to do, you want to get that deal, don't you? You don't really want them shopping after you leave. You don't want, I'll call you back. You don't want it. No one does. So your goal is to try to close it as soon as possible. And here's the issue I have. When some people do that and give the illusion that you're not going to get a better deal anywhere, you may as well go with us, I say the illusion. I don't mind if people brag about themselves and try to close a deal. But here's the biggest problem. You sometimes have, and it's a fact of life, people who pay way more than a fair price. I've always said I don't control pricing. I really don't control it, and I don't ever want to control it as far as my people on the referral list or anybody I advertise for. However, there is a such thing as going crazy. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen people pay outrageous amounts. There was a company that I remember charging a woman $10,000 for a toilet installation. It wasn't fancy. It was a toilet installation. That same company, is famous. I'm not mentioning names. I'm not doing their commercials either, but they are famous for charging sometimes triple or quadruple what the market brings. And I don't know why, because that person will eventually find out they paid way too much and never call them back again. So I don't know what the reasoning is. Anyway,
I don't. The model is,
what's the model?
Advertise a ton.
Yes.
Advertise a ton.
Go ahead.
They don't care to keep their clients. I mean, they'll still keep.
They just do new ones. Attrition.
It's just I've said this for so long. That's not sustainable in my mind. I mean, at some point that can't be sustainable. I mean, you got to run out of clients, right? So there is a point where that's not sustainable.
Right. You got to have repeat.
Yeah. It's critical.
Kyle, what's going on with you, Kyle?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
Awesome. Hey, I'm kind of shocked I'm ending up on here, but I got a bit of a story to share. It's not a Front Range story. It's a San Luis Valley story, I guess.
Okay, and what does it have to do with?
Yeah, it has to do with a certified Ram dealership.
Oh, okay. Well, we handle that all the time. So is this a truck you bought?
It's a truck I bought on the Western Slope, Colorado. Direct, I had used truck, but it had 40,000 miles.
What's the name of the dealer?
So the dealer that I'm having the issue with is Town and Country Alamosa.
Okay, hang on, and we'll figure out what the hell's going on with you and see if we can solve it. Coming up, I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Saucy Nugs, a whole new way to nug. Well, we got some pretty good jamming working along Highway 85. If you're headed northbound out of Castle Rock, stop and go speeds there coming up towards Happy Canyon. Of course, the golf championship underway, so there is a lot of police directing traffic in and out of that area, so expect delays. Southbound side of 85 is doing pretty all right. Watch for a crash eastbound Hamden at Fairfax. 3 cars tangled up in that right lane, little jammed up past Happy Canyon. Got another wreck in the intersection of 104th and Huron. Denver weather for today. We're going to have partly cloudy skies and see a high up near 94. Right now we're sitting at 75. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
The best nugs are now even better. Wendy's new saucy nugs take the nugs you love and sauce them up in bold flavors, including buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, and spicy ghost pepper. Try them all today. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Elite Garage Floors. Oh man, there's nothing prettier than a beautiful garage floor. I'm serious. Now, they can do that on sidewalks and pool decks and patios. It's such an indestructible surface when done properly. Elite guarantees the lowest price, the best warranty, and no money down. No one else does it. EliteGF.com. Elite Garage Floors. No matter how big or small your garage, give them a call, 720-939-2448. That's 720-939-2448, EliteGF.com. We talk about investments on this show quite a bit. There are all kinds of investments, big ones, little ones, in between ones. To get started, a lot of people have done this. It's overfunding a life insurance policy. Now listen, the idea is not to overbuy insurance. The idea is to overfund a small insurance policy. And then the excess, called cash value, grows tax-free. It's like an IRA, but better, because what happens is that nest egg becomes income later in life that can be tax-free as well. Find out more. Become thebanker.org, 303. Here's what I want to tell you first. They have other plans available too, but becomethebanker.org will also tell you about this life insurance, 303-779-6600.
Discover a career that matters at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs.
So is it usually the first cold snap that you get crazy calls? Yeah, that's right. Hey, how much time do I have? I want to grab
3.5.
I want to grab coffee real quick. Do you want anything?
Hey, Michael.
You can talk, Mike. There's no.
Michael's so cute, he thinks he's going to get something done.
I know, but God bless him for trying.
I fully believe Tepper wants to help, too, but
it ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And they have to smell dark.
How you fellas doing, man?
Good. We're doing fine, yeah.
Got any feedback on the studio yourselves?
Was that?
Got any feedback on the room yourselves?
Mm-mm.
Okay, cool.
Oh my God, I'm not unboxing.
Yeah, of course, but he's not listening. He doesn't have his headphones on. Never. Everything you say is the most important thing ever.
Please pod me down. Shannon does it all the time.
Fine, you're gone. I don't care.
I know.
They need to hear you. They need to know that there's something going on.
I hate. Oh God, I hate.
Because without you,
I don't have to.
it'd just be dead air.
So, let me turn this off.
Guess Michael wants to do some remodeling. Can't get some remodeling done?
Yeah, you guys want to jump in?
Yeah, how about a soda dispenser?
Okay, let's put that on the list.
With
I mean,
that.
I always say never hurts to ask. Doesn't mean you'll get, but you can ask for whatever you'd like.
Are you the building manager here?
I do whatever I need to do here.
Are you
I'm the acting whatever you need. Yeah.
I used to sell HVAC parts back
10 seconds.
Tree Farm.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I'm here with George, my buddy from Fix It 24/7, and we're going to talk about the shoulder season, what it means, and when prices start to increase and how suppliers work all that. And that is truly supply and demand. Kyle, let me just back up a bit. You bought a used certified truck, 40,000 miles, from which dealer? It's not the dealer you're having trouble with, is that right?
That's correct.
Then
yeah.
I don't need to know
Kyle
that. So you bought it from a dealer.
Yeah, great.
Then how did you get involved with Town and Country?
So just our family moved over to this area here in the past year or so.
And Town and Country is located actually in, did you say in Alamosa?
That's correct.
Okay. And what happened? You took it to, why did you take it to Town and Country in Alamosa? What was the problem?
Yeah, just some general engine health concerns.
Okay.
Coming up on the end of that warranty.
Okay.
And so a fuel pump was advised to be replaced.
Okay. So what went wrong?
I found out here a couple weeks ago that an aftermarket fuel pump was put in, which was never on my radar. It was not under my consent.
What year truck do you have?
It's a little bit older. It's a 2015.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with aftermarket parts. I mean, unless they told you were getting a genuine OEM and you didn't get it.
Yeah, so that was my impression, right? You think you take your truck to a dealership and you're going to get OEM parts.
Most of the time you do, if it's the same dealership. Was this a Ram dealership?
It is, yep.
Okay, and what was the consequence of not having the OEM?
Yeah, so this was back in May. That fuel pump lasted about 2 weeks, just under 1,000 miles, and stopped working.
Well, was it under warranty? Did they warranty the repair?
Yeah, we warranted the repair, did it at a different dealership, and that took 2 days.
Wait a minute. Here's what I'm asking.
Blew up in 2 days.
Hold on. So the fuel pump that was done by Town and Country lasted 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Probably just under 1,000 miles.
And then did Town and Country pay for you to go somewhere else?
No, they did not.
Then you said you warrantied it. I mean, was it under warranty from Town and Country?
So the AutoZone part that was put in. So I was made aware.
I just need to know this. I just want to know this. When the Town and Country fuel pump failed, did they redo it for you or pay you, or was it under warranty?
They did not redo it for me.
So you had to pay a second time 2 weeks later.
It ended up getting covered by the parts warranty.
Okay, got it. I got
from
it.
That second
So the
dealership,
part, so
I found
you
out from the second dealership that it was aftermarket.
Okay,
that's how I found out.
So the second dealership got the part warrantied, and you only had to pay for the labor. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's normal. Okay, whether it was OEM or whether it's aftermarket. If the part's warranted, the labor isn't. So then the second one they replaced it with was the same brand, and it failed after a day.
Yeah, it was 2 days. I drove from here out to the Front Range, kind of in your neck of the woods.
Do you know what the brand of that fuel pump is, or do you know what it is?
All I know is that I have a part number somewhere.
Okay, never mind. That's all. Okay.
AutoZone.
So apparently these pumps suck.
You said it, not me.
Now, the second pump failed. Are they going to warranty it again?
No, so I'm not interested in warranting it through AutoZone. I would like an OEM part, which is what should have been done.
Yeah, but now it's going to be too hard to go back to Town and Country and say you should have, you didn't, now I want it, especially after they did it once under warranty. But a very simple question. Right. Are they willing, I'm not saying you do it, but are they willing to replace it a second time?
Sure, they'll replace it a second time.
All right, hold on 1 second. I've got to take this break. I know your frustration. I feel you. I really do. I'll talk to you about it, what I think you should do coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Well, we got some pretty good jamming working along Highway 85. If you're headed northbound out of Castle Rock, stop and go speeds there coming up towards Happy Canyon. Of course, the ship underway, so there is a lot of police directing traffic
I want Kachina to get
out
Sheridan
of that area,
on.
so expect delay.
On it.
85 is doing pretty all right. Watch for a crash eastbound Hamden at Fairfax. 3 cars tangled up in that right lane, little jammed up past Happy Canyon. Got another wreck in the intersection of 104th and Huron. Denver weather for today. We're going to have partly cloudy skies and see a high up near 94. Right now we're sitting at 75. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Every business faces challenges, but shipping shouldn't be one of them. Turn shipping to your advantage with USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Now let's talk about some plumbing stuff. Discount Bath will do your entire bath. You might want to go and get one done that was roughed in your basement. You might want to get a hallway bath redone, or your whole master bathroom bath. DiscountBath.com. These guys put the discount in the bath, but you still get the quality. And to prove it, they'll give you prices without even visiting you. All you have to do is go to the website, DiscountBath.com. Then you put in your information. Of course, they want that. They're not going to sell it. They're not going to bug you. And then they're going to email you a link where you upload video. The whole process takes just a few minutes, and then they will give you a price on your bath. DiscountBath.com. Good people you can trust. That's 720-979-2322. And again, with plumbing, some houses need entire repiping. Believe it or not, there are homes old enough with piping that is going like galvanized or bad pipes or bad plastic pipes. The new stuff, PEX, that they repipe with, EuroPlumbingColorado.net guarantees the lowest price. They'll do everything, turnkey, even drywall if you need it. And they come in and can do it in just a few days. Believe it or not, they can repipe a house. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Real estate, is it on fire? You know, sometimes and sometimes not. Why? You know, I saw one home that's still on the market. Another home next to it sold in a day or two. Frank Duran was the difference. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He'll do a free market analysis of your home to tell you what it will sell for based on his 30 years of experience. And it's someone I know when you hire him, you're going to think, God, Tom was not exaggerating. what a nice person, what a great expert. And he's really skilled at getting me the most money and selling it quick. You'll see. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Hey there, Dan Cicchini.
Here's what we're going to do. Let's bring Sheridan on after the top of the hour. I'll take Jennifer and tell Kyle we're going to get an expert on to address this.
Okay.
Thanks, man. Yeah, they just now, when you had asked me before, they weren't on. Yeah, I could. Yeah. These guys, they're doing pretty good. Yeah, I definitely can.
All right, Kevin, hang tight. We're trying to get an expert on for you right now, okay? So just be patient with me.
They are kind of
All right, hold on.
Ten seconds, guys.
Free never sounded so good.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. We're getting an expert on to talk to Kyle. We're going to figure out what the hell's going on with this fuel pump, and maybe it's not a fuel pump problem, maybe it, or it could be, but we're going to talk to an expert. Jennifer wants to talk about an issue with neighbor's apartment. Hey, Jennifer, what's going on?
Hi. So this is, I guess, like my last resort is to reach out to someone suggested. It's an apartment complex. The walls are thin, and my neighbors upstairs they're doing this purposefully. It's just making noises late at night, right? So they're
okay. So this is above you, right?
Right.
Now,
and
are they doing this every night?
Almost every night. I'm losing a lot of sleep.
Are they making noise on purpose to bug you, or is it that they have a lot of activity?
Yes. Nope. It's between, they start at 9, and last night I had to call the security service twice. So midnight, they kept doing this because they wouldn't stop.
Now, what do you want? What would be their motivation?
Because they're retaliatory. Because I reached out already before. Because they have a kid that runs back and forth, and I can hear them.
And so
they drop
do
their cigarette
you
butts
really
over.
believe they just want to drive you crazy or get rid of you or what?
Yeah, they do. They're just being rude.
How
That's
long
what
has
they're
this
doing.
been going on?
Since January.
Really? And did it happen all of a sudden, or was that after you had complained about the kid?
After I complained.
Okay, and ever since then, every night, they'll make noise.
Practically
It
every
seems like
night.
a lot of effort that they would have to, that they remember to, starting at 9, to start making noise to bother you, you know?
Yeah, it does. Well, they smoke all their cigarette butts they throw over into my area, into my doorway area. I've reached out to the office several times. They've
And
been
okay,
put
so the
down,
management
and
company, what does the management company say? Do they acknowledge there's a problem?
Yeah, and when I complain, I go, "What are you going to do?" And they just say, "Well, we'll reach out to them again." When security goes over there at midnight, all they tell them is to stop doing it, and they leave. They don't do anything else.
Now,
And
after
they're just
security
making
visits,
noises.
does it stop?
No.
What?
It didn't last night.
And, okay, have you ever had anyone witness the noise?
It's hard because I've got 4 neighbors. They're the only ones that are on top of me, so I don't hear any of my other neighbors, only them up above.
So the other neighbors are alongside you?
Yes.
There's only one above you? Are there neighbors above the other neighbors?
Yes.
Okay, and they never have complaints with their... I'm just wondering if it's a building problem. Like your other neighbors don't hear noise coming from upstairs in their places?
Yeah. Probably a building problem, but when I call security and let them know, they even acknowledge it. I said, "Hey, I've got a 12-hour shift tomorrow."
No, I get it. Here's what I'm getting at.
And they said they keep doing it.
If it's a noisy building, in other words, it's not built great, or what? I mean, was this originally built with separate apartments?
No, I don't think so. I don't hear my other neighbors, just them. They're upstairs.
I guess what I'm
know the
asking
walls are
is
thin,
this
so-
is this a house that was converted to apartments, or was it built as apartments?
No, they're apartments.
All right, hold on.
They're apartments.
All right, hold on. I got some ideas coming up on the Troubleshooter show. Plus, we'll get an expert for Kyle and his 2015 Ram. More on this, plus Fix It 24/7. And their special coming into the shoulder season.
You want something to drink there, Doc?
Mhm.
You want something to drink? Water?
I'm good, thanks.
Kells.
Tom?
Yes.
Hey, Kevin. Tom!
I'm here.
Kevin is unavailable, but I do have Griffin, who's in Colorado Springs, which is closer to Alamosa.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh. And by the way, Tom,
Yeah?
the reason why Mark is not on is because the Colorado Rockies are playing. There's no accesses available.
Okay.
Griffin. It's Kelly over at the Martino Show. How are you? I'm good, thanks. Okay, so it's a 2015 Ram 1500. And he's got, he lives in Alamosa, and he took it to a shop, and he's got a problem with the service with the fuel pump. Okay, all right. All right, hang on for me, and Tom will fill you on the rest, because, as you know, I know nothing about cars, and I don't even attempt to. Right, yeah, let's go with that. All right. Hang on. Full of shit.
Okay, for kitchen and bath. They time and they don't want to wait a day. They want, if you come out there, they want to. There's got to be a way they can price some of the stuff. There's got to be.
The golf championship.
So many contractors. So many contractors.
But I am bummed that I'm missing it. It's gonna be at work right now rather than watching
customers
golf.
They don't.
I went to it a few years ago. It's fun.
Oh, golf. Paint dry and grass grow. Thrill of minute.
It's not going to be bought.
It ain't football.
In fact, why help him? No, it's not. Oh, there are private. Let me do that because based on what I hear, based on what I hear, I know they want kitchen. So they want timetable.
I feel like I'm behind, but I'm not working on 2 shows right now. So I'm not behind.
That's true. You're actually technically
Never do time and materials.
ahead.
Unless it's
If you look at it that way.
Because I don't need to focus on 2 hours of radio at this moment.
Right. Because Ross got preempted, Mandy's preempted.
Sitting around waiting for something to happen now. This is just weird.
I don't know what the hell Shannon's doing. He's got his thumb up his butt someplace in this facility.
Sleeping. 10 seconds.
Everywhere. Just download our free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by excelroofing.com. God, I just can't say enough about this company. No money down until you're content, not a cent until you're content. They don't take a check up front from your insurance. They don't make you sign anything at the door to check your roof. Get your claim in before a year is up when it comes to hail damage, or you lose your claim. Plus, Excel can do any repairs on your roof. And they're the only ones specializing in attic ventilation, which makes your house more energy efficient. excelroofing.com. 303-761-6400. Let's talk now. We got a number of people. I have Griffin Ash, one of our experts in with Action Automotive in Colorado Springs. And we called him. He does a great job down in the Springs. And I know Kyle's in Alamosa or down in that area. But still, we need an expert opinion. Griffin, I can't think for the life of me. Now, Kyle, I think, is determined to prove it's because it's an aftermarket part that it failed. He has a 2015 Dodge Ram 1500, okay? And he said he had a fuel pump replaced, and they replaced it with an aftermarket. I think it came from AutoZone. He didn't give me the brand, but I think it came from AutoZone. Then it failed, he said, in 2 weeks. Then he takes it to another dealer, and the other dealer replaced it with the same pump under warranty, and that failed in a day. So this tells me, I mean, maybe I don't know. I just don't think things like that happen. I mean, can you have 2 out-of-the-box bad units? What do you think, Griffin? What could cause this other than the fuel pump being bad?
Well, first of all, Tom, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and thank you for asking, sir.
Yep, no problem. So you want it is possible that you have bad parts, but you got to remember this is controlled by a fuel pump control module. And if the fuel pump control module is failing, it's not going to control the fuel pump correctly. So you need to go through and there's plenty of information if they're at a shop, especially if they're at a dealer, that have the flow chart of what to check to make sure the fuel pump control module is operating correctly. And that's what they need to do first.
You know, I'm going to tell you, Griffin, you're always, I swear, when I mean this sincerely, you really shed light on every question we give you that no one else brings up. And I never even thought of the control module. Kyle, did they check the control module?
Yes, they did.
And?
Yeah, so I've paid for 3 different inspections, 2 at 2 different dealerships other than Alamosa, and 1 at just a third party, just.
What did they say about the fuel? What did they say about the control module?
So no issues have popped up with the control module. I know that on some of the aftermarket parts, though, you have to manually attend to those. Where the OEM part, it just comes standard. It's like 1 unit.
Is that true? Is that true, Griffin?
But so hold on. We're talking about 2 different things. So when he says 1 unit, you'll have the fuel pump will come as it's a fuel pump module, and it comes with a sending unit and a pump. but that sending unit and pump module is controlled by the fuel pump control module, which is mounted kind of along the cross support of the frame in the rear of those rams. And what you want to do
so
is...
you actually have you actually have two controllers. You have one fuel pump controller going to the controller to the pump.
No. It's like this. You'll have your computer, like your main computer, your ECM, all right?
Right.
And that sends a signal to the fuel pump control module. And that fuel pump control module, it sends a power and ground signal to all the fuel pump module is. It's just a collection of the sending units and the pump. It's really basic.
I got it.
And so what they want to do is when it's acting up, you want to make sure, hey, is the fuel pump itself getting power and ground from the fuel pump control module? And they can set up a wiring setup to check that. And if it is getting power and ground when it's acting up, that would point to a bad fuel pump. And now they could just have something simple like a bad ground. That could cause plenty of intermittent faults, and they need to check the basics first.
It sounds to me more like that than two pumps would fail that quickly. It sounds like it could be a faulty ground. I mean, because, grounds can last 2 weeks or 2 days or 2 minutes. Kyle.
Absolutely.
Kyle, I truly believe that this is my feeling, that you're hell-bent on thinking the AutoZone fuel pump sucks. And I'm not quick to say that.
Some parts are just supposed to be OEM. That's how I've been advised.
Well, Kyle, you know what, Kyle? That is where we disagree. OEM doesn't mean better. I'm sorry.
But it means that it does mean that it's under warranty by the manufacturer. And so that's where I'm struggling. I'm having to pay each time to have this work done.
No, hold on. The OEM warranty or the AutoZone warranty, what's the difference if they're both warranted?
I can take it to any Ram dealership and they will look at it at no charge to me.
Okay, so hold on. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, check this out. So, yeah, OEM is nice, and I like it for a lot of things. But you got to remember that companies like Delphi and Denso are the suppliers to the manufacturer for a lot of these pumps. And like a Delphi pump from AutoZone comes with a lifetime guarantee. No, it does not cover labor. But if he had it done at a shop, those shops typically offer a 12,000 mile 1 year warranty, and if it's at the dealer, they offer the same warranty. So he could just keep taking it back to the shop that did it, and then eventually they're going to say, "Wow, we're going to go ahead and really diagnose this properly and fix the problem."
Yeah, I know, but it's a pain in his butt. Yeah. Now, Kyle, you've had to pay for labor each time,
and 4 tows,
and what?
Across the entire state of Colorado. My truck's been from Western Slope to Front Range and everywhere in between.
Okay, now hold on. Kyle, one other thing, though, I want to ask. I want to tell you, he wants to go back, Griffin, to the original dealer that put in the aftermarket part. And I think it's too late because it's already been replaced once under warranty. And your argument, Kyle, is that when you took it to a dealer, you automatically assumed it would be an OEM part, right?
No, I asked for an OEM part. I found out.
Well, hold on. I didn't know that. So you specifically have an invoice that talks about an OEM part that we can go to that dealer and say, you breached this contract.
Yeah. May
okay,
14th,
good. Send me the. Okay, then enough said. We have enough. Send me the original invoice where they promised an OEM part, and then documentation that they didn't do it. Just show me the AutoZone part. These guys are liars and cheaters. I didn't realize that they promised you an OEM part. I thought that they just did the repair, and you found out that it was not an OEM. But if they promised you...
That is correct.
Okay, if they promised you on your invoice an OEM part with the part number, I need it, and I'll use it to fight these guys. So send it in to me. 303, and thank you, by the way, Griffin, at ActionAutoservice.com. It's ActionAutoservices.com, 719-633-0008. Good guy down in the Springs. We have a lot more to talk about on the Troubleshooter Show, and I want to remind you about John Fuller, Fuller Law. If you need a personal injury attorney to find out what's up, what are your rights, it's 303-597-4500. Look for John Fuller.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, you know, K&H Home Solutions is the oldest home improvement company in all of Colorado. I've known them from the beginning of my time here in Colorado, 45 years. I've known all three owners and the current owner, and what I love about the company is they have heritage, and now they have the best windows, Alpine windows, made right here in Colorado, thermal enforced fiberglass that is like just so. It's such a strong window, but it's beautiful and energy efficient. And then the insulated glass unit is superior to anything on the market. And they're made right here in Colorado. And K&H is the exclusive dealer for residential products. Why don't you check them out? khwindows.com, 303-421-7100, 303-421-7100. You know, Joseph A. Lazara is an attorney I hope you never need. He is a criminal defense attorney, but here's one thing you need to know. Don't ever shop for a criminal defense attorney when you are in trouble, because then you're going to end up just rushing your decision. Right now, like I said, you don't anticipate needing this. If you have a friend, a loved one, a family member, and you're faced with a DUI or an accusation of any kind, Joe Lazara is the name to remember for free initial consultations always, and then flat rate pricing on any offense, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. QCColorado.com is one of the best investments I made in my home because it recirculates the air, it evens out the temperature, it makes my air conditioner work less, and I'm telling you, it's quiet, it's cool, it's in my attic, and what it does is it pulls the cooler air from lower levels of the house and expels the extreme heat upstairs. Sometimes it's not your AC that's bad if you can't get your house cool. Sometimes it's an uneven temperature balance that QCColorado.com, the quiet, cool whole house fan, can fix. QC Colorado, they do it in just a few hours, and guess what? It's a lifetime of comfort, and I save money, and I can tell you firsthand, I've saved money using it. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. George, do they make powered vents for hot air? I know, like for air conditioning or heat, if you have a part of the house that's far away, do they make powered vents that pull air out of it? Is there anything?
He went to doctor after doctor looking for relief and always walked away discouraged. Surgery and drugs hadn't worked before, so why would he try them again? That's when Carmen made an appointment at QC Kinetics. I'll tell you one thing. Spring on a step, the bounce is back.
Their own secrets. You know, by the way, I'm going to turn on.
QC Kinetics has treated over 35,000 patients like Carmen using their own healing components, concentrating them into damaged knees, hips, shoulders, and backs. No surgery, no drugs.
The pain's gone, quality of life so much better, and mentally I'm in such a better place because I know that I'm not going to wake up to the same old struggles that I've been dealing with every single day. 10 months ago, no joke, I was a prime candidate for a knee replacement. Today, I'm not because of the treatment I'm receiving at QC Kinetics.
Carmen finally got relief, and it was easy.
Form 2 anymore, so many of them won't. Form 2 improvement now. 303-386-50.
Working, you're right. We don't talk about it much on here. We mostly talk about home, but
shortages because the pliers are not 38K how.
New saucy nut.
they're coming station. Online at khow.com. Plumbing, heating, cooking. On this builder season.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
We got partly to mostly cloudy skies for your Thursday. A good chance for storms, especially later on this afternoon. Highs today will be a little bit cooler, back down into the mid-80s. On Fox 31, the weather team meteorologist Natalie Burke.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, get up to 50% off select composite decking and railing because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. This hour from the Trajan Wealth.
10 seconds.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Some of my texters are doubting he's going to send me a contract that says OEM, but I don't know. I mean, sometimes on invoices, they put that down. They do. And he swears he has it. He has something promising an OEM part, then he should get an OEM part. So I'm going to wait until I get that from email. Now I'm going to go back to Jennifer. She's saying neighbors are making noise just to bug her. That is a hard accusation to prove. And sometimes, I hate saying this, but man, it just comes down to who has the stronger will. If you stop complaining and just suck it up, will they eventually stop? I find it hard to believe that at 9 o'clock at night, they just start making noise. Oh, honey, it's time to start bugging whatchamacallit downstairs. Let's make her life miserable. I don't know. I mean, I guess it could happen, but I think what you're going to find is if it's not a building problem, well, if it is a building problem, there's nothing you can do about it. There are some buildings and apartments made just so poorly you can hear everything. Everything transfers through the walls. And then there are some where you do have crazy neighbors, but Jennifer, sometimes you just have to move. I hate telling you that, but
I do plan on moving, but the problem is I have a couple more months left. So if you want to break a lease, you have to pay over $1,000.
No, I'm not asking you to break a lease, but do you really believe, though? This is the part I need to know. Are they just noisy neighbors, or are they doing this specific?
No, they're retaliatory. They're retaliatory. The guy came home one time in the morning after I asked them to keep it down. He came up the stairs, started stomping on my ceiling on purpose. So they know I can hear the noise, and they do it. Even not 9 o'clock, it's midnight. It's 10 o'clock. It's past the quiet time.
Have you ever recorded the noise?
I've tried. It doesn't come on a cell phone. You have to buy a
No, I know what you mean. It's hard. It's hard to get it to come. Like if
Jennifer, this is Bo. I have a suggestion.
Yeah, Deputy Bo, what do you got?
What I would do, instead of fooling around with the building security, just call the local police department every time there's a noise, and that'll step up the enforcement for them to quit.
I'll try that.
Well, hold on, Bo. Do you think the police would actually come for a noise complaint?
When I lived in an apartment in Denver, I called the police, and noise is an issue. They can issue a ticket for loud noise, and if they get a uniformed officer knocking on their door, I think that would assist in them attenuating the noise.
Yeah, because security's not doing anything. Security doesn't do anything. They just say okay, and then they leave. So that's not doing anything for them.
Now, someone else said, listen, I just got this text. By the way, you can text me in two ways, 57739. Or my Google Voice number, which comes right to my cell phone, 747-999-5280. Somebody says, Tom, there are neighbors like that. I believe are 100%. And,
thank you.
Wow. I mean, it's just...
They're smoking, and all the cigarette butts are coming down by my doorway after I swept.
Is it a no-smoking building?
They can't smoke inside, so they have to smoke outside.
What I'm asking,
all their cigarette butts over the
now,
banister.
I know you say you call security, but have you ever talked to the management?
I have. I sent them emails. I went in
Okay,
person
and
the
what
other
do
day.
they say?
They say, "Oh, we'll reach out. We'll reach out to them again."
Hey,
That's
Bo,
all they
let's
do.
call them. Bo, for the hell of it, let's just call management and at least add some horsepower to her complaint. You know, that's what we can do, Jennifer, and hope it means something. Let's do that.
I will. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah,
I'll call
let's
him
do
this
that.
afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to call for you, Jennifer. I'm assigning this to Bo here. And Mark.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we'll stay in touch with you, okay? So what's going on with you, Mark?
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good.
sir.
Hey, my friend has an older Jeep, and it had like the death wobble in the front end.
Oh, yeah. God, is that a terrible thing?
And I thought it was tires. I told him he said tires on there.
No, what they say, that death wobble, they say, comes from the steering dampener, or you have to install one. In fact, let's get Griffin back on real quick. So, if you can, okay, Kachina, what were you going to tell me about it, though? Are you having, this is for a friend of yours, right, Mark?
Yeah.
And so what's the issue that we can help you with? Tell me about it. Is it a new Jeep or used? How old is the Jeep?
It's in the maybe 89.
Okay.
Renegade. And she had paid this guy that goes over here to the place where we go to the bar.
Yeah.
And give him $1,500. And he's supposed to tune it up, fix the front end, and something else on it. But
$1,500. Was he supposed to fix the death thing?
Yep.
The wobble?
So he put ball joints in it. It put ball joints. She had the tie rod ends already.
Yeah.
On the Jeep, Edgewater Jeep. So she put them in. He put them in, got the death wobble stopped, but
he did.
Doesn't run.
Wait a minute. He did get the death wobble stopped.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Well, we can tell it stalls at every stop sign.
Okay, so that sounds like a simple problem, man. But the guy, I'm amazed. So the guy did do the work. Her main complaint now is it stalls all the time.
Yeah. Well, he's supposed to put a new battery. Didn't do that.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did she pay for a new battery?
She gave him $1,500 to get started on it.
No, but what I mean is, does she have? Here's what I'm asking again. Does she have an invoice that outlines a new battery?
No contract that was signed.
Okay, that's the problem. So he can say, well, I didn't include a battery because that wasn't part of it, right?
He wants to take her to court and take the Jeep from her and sell it.
Well, did he put a lien on it yet?
He's going to. He's threatening her on the phone, and she has text that he threatened her. And I said, take that over to the sheriff's office, Ems County. And
no, wait a minute, Mark. There's a long way between failure to pay and getting her car repossessed. That Mark, I think he's trying to intimidate her. But what is the main issue right now? Does he say she owes him more money? Hold on, Mark. Mark, does this mechanic claim your friend owes more money?
Yes.
Okay. How much more money does this mechanic want?
I believe it's $900.
There's no contract, though. Now you're on.
Well, if there's no contract, how is he going to lien anything?
That's what I want to know. How is he basing the additional? How is he basing the additional $900?
He has no receipts that he will give her. That he
Okay.
has. I mean,
hold on. Hey, Griffin, I want to ask you something real quick. Griffin again with Action Automotive Services.com. Hey, Griffin, real quick.
What's up, Tom?
I want to know, in a 1989 Jeep, she paid a mechanic to do a tune-up and other repairs. He got rid of the death wobble by replacing the ball joints, but now he says every time she comes to a stop sign or a halt, it stalls. So what does she have to do, Mark? She has to turn it back on and it runs until she stops again?
Well, yeah.
It sounds like an idle problem. What do you think, Griffin?
Yeah,
it could be any number of things. Is it carbureted or fuel injected that year?
I believe it's carbureted.
Yeah, so it could be a whole litany of things. I'd have to look at it to get a better
all right.
idea.
But listen, I just wondered if something barks at you from that year, 89 Jeep. And Griffin, have you heard of the death wobble on those Jeeps?
Yeah, it's real common, and it's usually fixed by loose front end parts such as ball joints, or most commonly, and I've seen the steering stabilizer shock.
That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, thank you, Griffin. I appreciate it. That's Action
Kyle,
Automotive.
Have you tried putting it in neutral?
You got to make sure you remind the people that I'm the best looking technician.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot to remind people of that. But I want to ask you something because I saw your website both ways. It's actionautomotiveservice.com. Is that right?
Yeah, it's actionautomotiveservice.com.
Okay, that's service, singular. Thank you very much, Griffin. We appreciate it. Doc, what were you asking?
What happens if he puts it in neutral when he comes to a light?
I don't know if they've tried that. Did they try that?
Have you tried that?
Yeah, they got to keep your foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, that sounds like a simple idle problem to me, but I might be wrong. Hey, Mark, real quick, what is your friend's first name?
Her name is Melissa.
You know what? I'm going to have Deputy Doc just call over to the mechanic just to see, how he's going to justify an additional $800 in repairs. Under the Auto Repair Act, listen to this, Mark, and this is what Deputy Doc's going to tell him. Under the Auto Repair Act, they must give a written estimate for anything. First they have to give the original estimate, then they have to give any increase in price above that, above 10%, they have to get a specific authorization. This guy sounds all wet to me. So just hang on. Doc, let's just call over there and just see where he's justifying this. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Keith, what's going on? I know I have to take a break. Let me just get started here, Dragon. Keith, what's happening?
I am considering putting in a whole house fan. I've heard you advertise it, talk about the Quiet Cool, and I'd like to get some information on what I should about how much I should pay. And
okay, I'm going to tell you that the entire industry now, QCColorado.com puts in whole house fans, but because this is a consumer call and it's not a commercial, I want to tell you that he's not the exclusive dealer of whole house fans. In fact, do you guys do them, George? Do you do them at all?
We do them. We don't do them that often.
No, but there are, so that's not a big part of your business. No, but there are some HVAC companies that do them, but they say the same thing. It's not a major part. There's nothing wrong with getting QC Colorado. They're great people, and that's their specialty. But there's a few cautions I want to give you before you do it, because I found out some stuff, and it's not their fault, but there are things you need to know before you do it. So hang on, and we'll come back to that. I'm Tom Martino. Right after this, we'll talk about that and more.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Furniture Row.
We had some sort of issue blocking the center lane, eastbound I-70 approaching Chambers. Looks like they're finally out of there, so all lanes open, but that is a heavy and slow ride here coming across from Central Park. And even westbound I-70, a little slow from Airport getting up to 225. We are seeing some slowing northbound I-25 rolling off Highway 36 to 84th Avenue, and southbound I-25 a little sticky on that downtown stretch. I-70 getting to Spear. It looks like northbound Highway 85 finally starting to loosen up, approaching Happy Canyon, where the Golf Championship is happening right now. Denver weather for today, partly cloudy skies and a high up near 86. Right now we're at 76. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Right now, you can score amazing comfort that's built to last with savings up to 50% during the Labor Day sale at Furniture Row. The more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend or get 60 months no interest. Make your hard-earned dollars go further during the Labor Day sale on now at Furniture Row.
Lazy Days RV, the RV Authority. Lazy Days, how do you become an authority? First of all, multiple locations around the country and then the Denver metro area, plus maintenance facilities made just for RVs, whether you bought them there or not, plus new and used RVs, plus great trade-in values, all of it. LazyDays.com. The service facility, if you have an RV, take it to the experts, exit 240 and I-25. That's up north on that Johnstown or that Longmont turnoff, exit 240. That's LazyDays.com. They want people say they don't get a copy and they don't know what they're reading and it's too fast. And but people, I don't give a shit if you did it on a clipboard or on an iPad. They're not signing it. I mean, they're not reading every word anyway. The only time these things become important, I've said this before, is with a complaint. That's where they nitpick everything from the very beginning to the end. I mean, everything. It starts with the phone call, then it starts with when you're going to be there, and then it starts if you're late, and then it goes from late to what the guy looked like, and then it goes how long he stayed there. I mean, it's an accumulation of what I call injustices that they collect, but they only unload them if there's a problem. But then they've all been accumulated. And then here's the other thing: if they accumulate too many, they look for problems. So there's a tipping point with consumers that if your fucking guy did everything perfectly, and there were a few of these little snags along the way, under nobody's control, no intentional nothing, he ran a little late, blah, 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 they might find a problem where they wouldn't find one, or just nitpick something because of that. They don't tell you it's because of that, but that's why it is. It's almost like they feel like, fuck this, I was inconvenienced, I'm going to get back at them. And that's not what they tell you. But I can hear it. When people complain about any company, I can tell. I always ask them, were they late? Yeah, how'd you know? Or and not just you, but tell me about the technician. Well, you know what? He had tattoos all over him. I'm telling you, George, I can always pinpoint what I call the chain of the relationship from beginning to end and where it started turning that consumer against him. I can tell. It's a fucking magic. Oh, no. I don't get a lot of complaints compared to the calls.
I'm just telling you so you know.
No.
We track it.
Here's the thing about me. Troubleshooter 303-713-TALK. Keith, you're asking a very good question on whole house fans. Now, again, Quiet Cool whole house fan. That's the brand. I love it. It's a big, powerful fan. They have different sizes. And they remote mount in the attic. If you go up in your attic, you'll see that between the peaks there, they have sometimes they use strapping, and it suspends the fan up there with a duct going down to the ceiling into an attractive grate. And then what happens is they remote control it. So now you turn that on and off, and it's simple. It's as simple as this. It takes a high volume of air from your home and it expels it through the attic. Now, that will, in and of itself, balance the temperatures in your home. Now, it's important that you have various levels on your home. One level, it won't work. If you have 2 levels, it can work. 3 levels are better when you have something that's underground or a walkout basement or something because it's cooler. But the idea is to strategically open windows in areas where it's cooler so the air will circulate through your home. Here's the big problem. And again, I think they should consult people about it, but they're not obligated to. I mean, it's not their problem if the attic is out of code. And unfortunately, I would say, I talked to Henry Bretz over at Excel Roofing, about 80% of all homes are out of spec when it comes to proper attic venting and ventilation. In fact, if I had an HVAC company, like George here with Fix It 24/7, it's not their job to see that their home is properly ventilated in the attic. But I'll bet you there's a number of people that get a brand new system. And I'm not saying I've heard this, but I'll bet you there are a number of people that buy a brand new AC system because they had a hot upstairs or something, and the upstairs is still hot. And no AC system in the world will fix it, but they needed one anyway. It was a 20-year-old system, and they got one. Then they call and say, Tom, I've just bought a brand new AC and it's still hot upstairs. And you go there and find the attic is 160 degrees. Well, no AC will overcome that because attics need to be ventilated. And it also helps in the heating season. So what's the solution? The solution is if you put a whole house fan in, but your attic is choked, the whole house fan is going to be choked and it's not going to work as efficiently. Now, it's going to force air out of the attic, but it's not the proper way to do it. The proper way, make sure your attic is properly ventilated. Now, I'm not telling you everyone who buys a whole house fan has to go through and redo their attic. But unfortunately, a lot of the attics are not well ventilated. You have to have the certain number of soffit vents and a certain number of roof vents, and sometimes even an attic fan on the roof to pull out hot air. Now, that doesn't mean you all need attic fans, and that's not the whole house fan. That's an attic fan. It's a totally different animal. All it does is circulate through the attic. Now, in my case, I had a whole house fan. I was saving money, and I loved it. And I didn't realize how hot it was upstairs because I had no one really living there all night. Okay? My daughter moved in, and she said it was dreadful, and I started looking at it. And I had never monitored the temperature at night up there. It was cooler because of the whole house fan, but it wasn't perfect. And then when Henry went up in my attic, he says, Tom, this attic, I can fry some eggs up here. Let's cook pizza. I mean, because it was terrible. So what we did, he came here just the other day and opened up the attic with giant vents and 2 giant big fans that are solar operated. And I swear to you, it was like turning on a switch and like I had a brand new air conditioner up there. And when I turned on the whole house fan, oh my God, the volume of air doubled. So what I'm saying to you is get a whole house fan if you want, but don't expect a miracle if your attic is stifled and choked. That's it in a nutshell.
I understand.
I just want to be transparent here because they're not miracle workers.
Well, I know there's certain ventilation you have to have for the air to keep moving, but if I have the proper venting, of course, what should I expect to pay just
I don't know the recent pricing. I think for my big one, I paid $2,300.
Okay.
That's what I paid last week, Tom.
What did you pay, John?
About $2,223.
$2,200 or $2,300. Now, Doc, the jury's still out with Doc because he only has 2 stories. And Doc, did you play with the windows and stuff, and how are you doing with it?
Yeah, I'll let you know after today, Tom.
Okay. Anyway, Doc had one put in, so it's going to be about $2,000, a little more.
Yeah. Well, my house is a ranch style, and I've got.
Well, hold on.
About.
Do you have a basement?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you have windows in the basement? Do you have windows in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. Does it stay cool in that basement?
Yes, it does, because
Good.
I have air conditioning. It's always cold down there.
Good.
Yeah. So I would, and it's about 4,200 square feet total up and down. I guess you consider both when you're installing a whole house fan.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I think
it should be rough, somewhere around $2,300.
I think that's what I'm thinking.
Properly venting.
Yeah. And just make sure the attic is properly vented. Anyway, and by the way, properly vented attic is not just going to help with cooling your home, but your roof will last longer if you have an asphalt roof or if you have a plywood deck. All of that.
Yeah, I know, Tom.
Yeah.
I have a thermometer up in my attic.
Yeah.
And on these hot days, 125 degrees.
Yeah, it's too hot.
It's up. That's what it is up there.
So, Keith, I hope that helped. I hope it helped. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We got this car fire burning on the westbound or southbound side of E470 approaching Chambers, and it is backing us up pretty good. If you use the toll road, watch for those delays approaching Jordan, getting past that activity through there. Also watch for an off-highway crash. This is going to be tying up the intersection of University and Bellevue. The eastbound lanes of Bellevue pretty backed up as you approach. Up to the highway drive, southbound I-25 running a little heavy and slow. I-70 to Spear, not bad. Northbounders busy up from Alameda. Highway 6 remains closed through Clear Creek Canyon with that fire. As we look at your weather for today, plenty of sunshine, high up near 84. It is 80 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, you know what? The Art of Granite will give you a price right now on the phone. That's what people love. They love prices, and they love great service. The Art of Granite is great service with any countertop. And here's the deal. Prices on the phone. Why? Because they charge wholesale for all materials, and they go by square footage after that. It's easy. Give them a call. Get your price, 303-386-5919. And now they have remnants if you find one big enough to do your island, your countertop, your bar, your book inlet, your window sills, whatever. You get that material free, 303-386-5919. Hey, the only carpet cleaner I'll ever have in my home, ZeroResDenver.com. You know why? Nothing for nothing. I mean, they have nothing to offer as far as chemicals and soaps and poison. They have everything to offer when it comes to purified, softened super water, I call it, because water is the best cleaning agent in nature. They come in and they clean the entire carpet, and it not only looks clean, it feels clean, it dries faster, stays clean longer, and no chemicals, no soaps, no emulsifiers. In fact, they take all the crap out from previous cleanings. Get that zero resified feel. You will love it. I'm telling you, it's the only thing you should have. And then indoor air is purified too, because your carpet's the biggest air filter. 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com. Immediately. Okay. I had one. Not unusual. They said,
Is there any calls up, Doc?
What?
My call screener died. Is there any calls up, or are you watching?
I'm in the middle of South in a minute.
Currency wars. There's so many things that are so unpredictable right now. Any money in the market feels risky to me. So if you're over 50, you don't want any risky money. You want safe money. You need to market-proof your money and be absolutely certain your money will last as long as you live. If you're not sure how much you'll need to live comfortably to 100, you need to read our book, Safe Money. For a free copy of Safe Money, call now 800-871-9834.
We'll slam this next hour. We'll slam it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Now, is Keith the one I just took?
Calls on the screener, Doc?
Yeah, that was the one.
All right, good. Then the other guys knew. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to step out and call this management company.
Okay.
'Cause I'm a little bored.
Dude, I was sleeping with my eyes open.
Who? Yeah. Yeah. Good. Spent it now. Yes, we They don't have bad jobs.
You know, I tell everyone about my quiet, cool whole house band from UC Colorado because I want them to save on a seat up to 90%. That alone will pay for it in no time.
So, this whole psychology thing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. In fact, they want to call. But that's but it's not me. It's not me. Talk to them. It trumps anything. Solve it. No, or advertising. See, I mean, they might be smart people, but have they? Do they really know what's doing? Because they're so off base. Shit, they are. They tell people that people don't even give a shit about. I mean, so that's the. If I could just, to be honest with you, George, I don't.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. And through all of the love and pain. I am just utterly and truly flummoxed. Anger and frustration. There's nothing like the truth, but sometimes the truth hurts. This ride never stops. Being compliant. It's just ridiculous. Under the government's thumb. And it makes us so angry.
10 seconds, Tom.
You every day.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Dave has a comment on Whole House fans. Dave, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Tom, I've had mine for about 4 years, and it's awesome. My wife was initially pretty skeptical about getting it, and when she started seeing the electric bills and everything else, she was like, "Oh, this is great." So
Yeah,
anybody who's hesitant about it, I'd tell them to go for it.
Now, do you have a walkout basement or a basement?
I do have a basement, but I don't do what they suggest by opening the basement windows. I actually just open one on the first floor.
Really?
And just let it suck out. Yeah.
Wow.
And it works pretty well just that way, especially once the temperature drops in the evening. And we vent the entire house, and then I do it in the morning as well. Just
exactly.
Drop the temperature down.
Yeah.
And then we close up the house, and it's pleasant.
Now, another good thing, and I talk about this, but not that much in commercials. When, people leave their air conditioning on during the day, so when they get home, it doesn't take forever to cool down. So they keep it on at least while they're at work and stuff. And sometimes there's an empty house being cooled, not necessarily cooled the same as if you're home, but it's still on. Now, with me, prior to my daughter being here, I just left everything off. And I get in here and it's hot on these but I turn that whole house fan on, and within 10 minutes, it's normal. And then I can turn the air on. I don't know if you've ever done that.
Well, mine's actually impressive. I thought it was funny you were talking about Excel Roofing, because I actually had my roof replaced for a hailstorm by them.
Yeah.
And I told them I had a attic fan up there, not an attic fan, a whole house fan. And the guy that came out said, "Yeah, no problem. We'll look at that for your ventilation." And they did a great job. And
Good.
It actually works better now than it used to.
Exactly. Because if the roof is not, I'm telling you, I think there should be a company that does just attic ventilation. And Excel does it, of course, so I shouldn't say that. They do it. Of course, their main thing is roofing, right? But I think that if a company specialized in attic ventilation, that would be the shiznits. In fact, if I was the quiet, cool guy, I would do both. I would consult people with both. Now, that doesn't mean I'd slam everybody with an attic ventilation system just because I'm putting in a whole house fan, but I certainly would make it part of me. Now, George over here at Fix It 24/7. George, you guys always check the ventilation and the upper floors, right? Because you don't want to be caught without it.
Yeah, look, we don't want to give you an expectation if we're replacing your system and have a complaint afterward. So we're going to always ask you if your
problems
upstairs gets hot and look into why.
Now, coming up, we're going to talk about a special for the shoulder season to be proactive and save money.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you?
Okay, I know I drink a lot of coffee, but I'm getting...
Thanks for calling, Dave. Really appreciate your feedback.
You know what? It's not really that bad. I have blood pressure meds I take. This doesn't.
Yeah.
But overall, you look really healthy. Not just for weight, but color. I don't know what that is. Your color seems to be. I don't just, I mean,
Hey, Jim, what's up?
Well, I guess there's not going to be a game. I just called Russell. He just called me a minute ago, but I didn't see the call. I was eating. Apparently, he told Tom he had to know by 11. Tom never called him back. I've made several overtures to Tom. Russell's made several overtures to him. So I just spoke to Russell. I guess we're going to call off the game.
All right, did you see my my note about Tuesday?
I saw Jonas was in Vegas.
No, I said let's have the game, Tuesday game at Russ. I feel badly for him. He really needs the money.
Oh, I don't see that on my text.
All right, I'll send that out to everybody. Well, you know what? Are you going to send a group mail saying there's no game on Saturday?
Yes, I'm gonna send that right now.
Good, and just say, see if anybody wants to move Tuesday game to Russ's, because he really, I think, missing 2 Saturdays in a row is really tough for him.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Let me tell you something in confidence.
Of course.
Russ, I asked Russell about, his financial situation with respect to the rent. Apparently, Steve Blumenthal is going to pay him $750 in rent for the garage.
Right, yeah, I know that.
Oh, you knew that?
Yeah, we all knew that, but Steve said he's renting Russ's garage.
I know, that's not what I said though.
Oh,
Blumenthal just paid him $750 5 months in advance so that Russell was able to pay his mortgage this month.
wow. So we gave him $750 times 5 months? He gave him $750 times 5.
Correct. No, we gave him 150 times 5.
Oh, okay.
750 total. He'd already paid him for August, and now he's paid him for September, October, November, December, and January through the end of the year, so that Russell can make the rent.
All right, well, let's put out, when you send out the email, see if anybody wants to move it. Tell them I suggest we move it to Russ on Tuesday, so we help him out a little bit.
I will do that right now.
Okay, talk to you later, Jimmy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Certification programs, apprenticeships, and more. So you can take yourself from unemployed and uncertain to empowered and prepared for what's next. Find your path to a new career today. Visit findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
J-How News Time, 12:03. Denver District Attorney Beth McCann has announced she is dropping a charge of murder against the man accused of fatally shooting 2 brothers along I-25. Stephen Long was accused of shooting Blake and David Lucas after an apparent road rage incident between their 2 vehicles in June of last year. McCann said the charges were dropped because she did not feel her office could prove Long's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Broncos coach Sean Payton has made it official. Rookie Bo Nix will be the team's starting quarterback.
Smile, it's good. We get great practice, and we didn't have Casey Campbell or anything like that.
Nix will become the first rookie signal caller to start the regular season opener for the Broncos since Hall of Famer John Elway did it back in 1983. Nix is not expected to play in the team's final preseason game Sunday against the Cardinals. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We've got this car fire burning on the westbound or southbound side of E470 approaching Chambers, and it is backing us up pretty good. If you use the toll road, watch for those delays approaching Jordan, getting past that activity through there. Also watch for an off-highway crash. This is going to be tying up the intersection of University and Bellevue. The eastbound lanes of Bellevue pretty backed up as you approach. Up to the highway drive, southbound I-25 running a little heavy and slow. I-70 is smooth, not bad. Northbounders busy up from Alameda. Highway 6 remains closed through Kirkwood Canyon with that fire. If you look at your weather for today, plenty of sunshine, high up near 84. It is 8 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood, real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more. All at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
You said that. I gotta play somebody. You said your G is. You said that one time. GMT paper bridge.
He's the leader. That's a chance. Like you saw what I did with Candlelight. Bev and Andrew were never going to do that with Candlelight.
Right. Right.
Bev was smart enough to put me there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just got to get out of.
Protection Pros safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourselves. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Listen closely, Nancy, or we see you on the People's Picket Line. We need you there. Or a picket line.
10 seconds here, guys.
Oh, I have been waiting for a pickup line. Yes.
Dan Caplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. After a very busy morning, we have open lines. If you want to get through, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. I want to go over some text and stuff, but first I want to talk to George Donaldson, owner of Fix It 24/7, and my friend for many years. We're talking about the shoulder season. What they mean by a shoulder season, basically, it hasn't come to a head yet, and it's really not really hot. It's not really cold. This happens in the spring. It happens in the fall, and people have a breather. They don't use too much air. They don't use too much heat. It's really a very nice season, but it's this time to get things done. If you don't, you're going to regret it. That is, if you have a problem. Now, there are a lot of people that don't have problems. They have newer systems, blah, blah, blah. But even those should be checked out from time to time. One of the number one reasons systems fail, or not just fail, but fail to offer proper efficiency, is they deteriorate over time due to dirt, grime, debris. I mean, do you realize that all the air in your house goes through the system, whether you're using air or furnace, right, George? So your air uses the furnace box, the furnace, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the furnace uses the furnace, so they're always working.
Yeah, the blower motor is what's pushing the air through your house, right? And so the only difference is when it's in heating mode, there's a heating component that fires up and it's pushing heat to your home. And so, like you just said, all of the air runs through your home within 2 minutes, by the way, whether you're running your air conditioner or furnace. And so it's collecting all that dirt, dust, debris over time. It's caking on that blower motor, and the
blower motor, but all over the thing.
All over. But the blower motor specifically is the most important component to get cleaned. All of it's important, but what happens is all of the dirt starts caking up on the motor, and it's working hotter, harder. That's where the efficiency part that you just talked about comes in. So it's now charging you more than it would otherwise, and that thing's gonna go out sooner than later if you don't keep it clean. And so you're supposed to get it cleaned twice a year.
By the way, what happens is it can create an imbalance which breaks seals, leaks oil, seizes, done. And in fact, we've had cases, George, and I know specifically cases where people were told they need a whole new furnace, and you guys were able to do the blower motor.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's just a component. And
right.
So you should never, by the way, I'll tell people, it's probably best to replace components if they go out.
Yeah.
And if they won't go out, by the way, within 10 years, if you keep it cleaned every year. They will not. That thing will last longer and be more efficient. But
I'd say even more like 10 or 15, right?
Yeah, but there's companies that'll tell you need to replace your system, and it's only 6-7 years old, and I would tell you that is not accurate. That is not the best thing to do. Now, if it is 11, 12, 15 years old, from just efficiency purposes, and it's out of warranty, and in that case, it probably, depending on what the component is you want to replace, that you need to replace, it may or may not make sense. But if it's under 10, I can tell you without question, unless it was just a really bad install or something, or just the wrong equipment from the start, that's not the case.
Okay.
That you should not replace it.
Now, what about the ones you're putting in now that are efficient and good, new technology? How long are they projected to last? The newer systems now, 20 years?
Yeah, I mean, so they're all under warranty for 10, but technology is always changing. So I would project that they're going to be longer. They still say 10, but it could be 15, 20. But Tom, it could be. It really comes down to how do you take care of it? Do you get it cleaned every year? A lot of these companies say we're going to come tune it up. As you know, they don't tune up anything.
I know it.
They don't
There's no
clean
tune.
anything.
First of all, when they say tune up, very little of it's tune up. Most of it truly is cleaning. Most of it. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
There's very little to tune. But let's talk about that. Okay, I know you clean. You truly do. Okay, and you don't just vacuum the cabinet. I mean, I've seen you take the fins out and literally degrease them and clean them. Now, I want to know this. What is involved in tuning? When we talk about tuning, what the frick do you tune?
I mean, there is a tune. Like, you make sure the burners are in line. Like,
Okay.
There's here's another thing.
Can you adjust the air mixture like with a car? I mean, the flame air coming in, you can.
Yeah. I mean, you make sure the whole thing is working efficiently and it all works in sync. And so you want to make sure it's all working in sync and correctly. Otherwise, and even one thing the motor gets out of balance.
Yeah, right.
Like, you want to make sure all of that is working well, because that is what causes breakdowns.
Right.
We guarantee, because we know we clean it, that your system will not break down this season. So like this last summer, it was hot, right? This year was very hot.
Oh my God, it was.
All those cleanings we did last year, like, we track it. Guess what?
No breakdowns.
No breakdowns.
Good.
Like, we know your system is highly unlikely to break down if we clean it. All these calls we ran this summer were people who didn't get their system cleaned. And many, by the way, were other companies
And you don't need
who did a tune-up.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, I got it done. No, you didn't. We can
Now,
show you.
here's the other thing. You don't have to do it winter and summer, right?
You should do it winter and summer.
The cleaning?
The cleaning. We do
Really?
it twice a year. Like, if you're
Okay.
a member of ours, we come out in the spring and the fall. Because again, what we just said, that is happening.
That's
whether
true,
you're-
though.
you're
That's true.
Using
If
your
you-
AC or your furnace.
Especially if you can do it for $39. Because if you can do it for $39, that's not
Well,
a
hold
lot
on.
of money to keep
you
it running.
can't do it. We don't. Look, we lose money on 30. We do it for 39
For
a
new customers.
client. One time. I'll never give you that price a second
Okay.
time.
All right.
Now, if you're a member of ours, it's 139 a year, but you also get plumbing, electric, and
Well, it's not
I'm sorry,
130. If you're a member, you're a member, it's free. It's part of it.
If you're, I'm talking about our membership is $19 a month, so whatever that comes to,
Right.
$240, I guess,
Yeah.
is what it is.
But
that
that's
ain't-
everything.
Well, so $240, you get 4 visits. You get the electrician out, you get the
the
ACs
the
twice,
plumbing.
So it's about $60 a visit.
Right.
If you're a member, but if you're not a member, it's 139 is what I meant to say.
No, I get it.
But so we'll only give that price. The only reason why we give people that price is what we're talking about here. People don't know. So, and when they see it, they understand. We just want you to see and understand what you and me just talked
So
about.
you're saying if you get them out for if you go out to a house for 39, there's a good chance they're going to call you back if there's a problem,
there's a good chance they're going to become a member because they'll
Good.
see what we want. But if they don't, they're going to pay $139 the next time because they see it's worth it. It's
Yeah.
worth it for other companies will charge you $1,000 and call that a rejuvenation. I'm serious.
No, I know it. I've seen it. They're like $349. But okay, bottom line though, the equipment is getting more expensive, right?
Well, Tom, I don't know if you know this, but January 1st, we have no choice. So we were just talking about prices.
Yeah,
going
what
up.
happens January
causes
1st?
it? Refrigerant now changes, so it changed from R22 to 410A. At that time, it was against the law. Like the manufacturer cannot produce that equipment, cannot sell it to me as a contractor. I cannot legally install it. It is against the law.
You mean the old equipment?
The old equipment, and now that's changing again.
So what happens?
It's going from 410A to 510.
Well, I want to talk about that coming up. So you're telling me that come January, you cannot get these old systems installed.
Well, the system, and they're good systems. Like if you bought one.
No,
today,
I know.
they're-
I know what you're saying.
I-
The government is upping the standard. Is it going to be more efficient? Is it going to be better, or is
Yeah,
it just
it's
going
better
to be cleaner?
Better for the environment.
Okay,
That's
got
really
it.
what it is. But
So if you put in a system now, you could save.
you could save a lot, thousands.
Why? It's going to go up that much.
The whole market.
All right,
Like,
we're going to talk
it's
about
out
that.
of my control.
We're going to talk about that. I'm Tom Martino. By the way, DenverRegen.com. George, I don't know. Be honest. I had it done on my hair. You don't have to say anything. No, seriously, I did. I mean, it was really thin, and I can tell I'm getting some new growth. And I'm not telling you, you need to go there for hair, but they do stem cell therapy for joints, and they do weight loss supplements that are compounded. You save a ton of money. DenverRegen.com. K-How.com.
I need to do that.
Did you know K&H Home Solutions is now offering beautiful bathroom makeovers? That's right. The oldest home improvement company in Colorado can redo your entire bathroom, or if you prefer, just a new shower, specializing in tub-to-shower conversions, exceptional remodels, full upfront transparent pricing. Call for your free estimate and get the bath of your dreams. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com, 421-7100. Hey, estate planning means getting a will together, or a trust, or some kind of an estate plan, maybe a beneficiary's deed, or what's called a life trust. These are all issues that can be explained very easily. And one of the firms I recommend to do that, Keel and Park. That's the common spelling with the E on the end of it. And let me tell you what they do that's unique in this business. They'll look at your entire estate, everything you own, everything you're invested in, everything you collect, your motor vehicles, your savings, your real estate, everything. Then they come up with a plan for your heirs, whether it be a trust, a will, or a combination, beneficiary deed, a life trust, whatever it is. And then they present it to you with flat rate pricing. So all of this up to here has been complimentary. Then when you decide what to do, you know the price of each and everything. That's Keel and Park. I love the way they do business. Keel and Park, lawkp.com, 970-818-8198. Let's talk about annuities. You know what? You're going to hear people say annuities suck. You're going to hear people say annuities are great. Neither one of those things are true. Some fixed indexed annuities are great, some of them. Now, you want one with low cost, you want one with guarantees in writing, and you want one that will produce income guaranteed for life, okay? In fact, they are so guaranteed, they're not considered securities in the financial markets. They're considered guaranteed insurance products. So if you want to invest in one, go to the people I know and trust, mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600. mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call.
Okay, and what is your first name? John, John. All right, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Okay, no problem. Hold on. Really? Fucking Daniel hung up?
Tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals of Colorado.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hi. Can I help you with something? Okay. What's your name? All right. Hang on for me, okay?
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So listen, let me just, I want to go to the phones, but quickly, with all this talk of the cleaning for the shoulder season, we're going to offer a special. Now, there's going to be, this special at $39 is truly special, and if you don't have it done, you're not going to get it done, okay? And you're not going, you don't wait for your first cold snap, please. I want you to record this show and say, oh, God, I should have listened, because some of you, not all of you, but some of you are going to face really big problems when the cold snaps. So $39 is the normal special, $39. But I'm going to ask George for today, just for today. Let's say, can we go until end of business today? Or you tell me the rest of the week, you tell me, let's do something even better than that.
Yeah, you know what? We'll do $29. Get your
for today.
This is the best time to do it. After summer,
it's
especially this hot summer
Yeah,
where your furnace
yeah.
was dirty as
I
heck,
know,
promise
I know.
you, from the summer.
I know.
And getting it
The
ready
last thing you're
for
thinking
the
about is
winter.
getting your furnace checked.
Yeah, so as soon as
And
you turn
clean.
that furnace on, when it does
All
get
right.
cold.
So if they get it cleaned and all that, it's going to be perfect, ready, going into fall and winter. So can we do 29 for how long?
29. They just got to book it today before we
Okay.
go to business today.
You got to book it. It doesn't have to be done today. Obviously, it won't be. But you book it, it'll be $29. Okay? FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. 29, I swear to God, I went for coffee with my wife and I and a friend, and it was 29. It was $27 or something. I mean, $29 is going to be an incredible deal. 720-526-3939. That's before you're going to be told you need any crap, and you're not going to you're just not going to have any worries after that. Everyone can afford $29. I don't care who you are.
We guarantee it will not break down this winter.
Good.
Guarantee it.
Okay. 720-526-3939. I want to go to John, who wants to talk about a Visa card. What's going on with your Visa card, John?
Hey, Tom.
Hey,
Thank
man.
you for taking my call. Hey, I kind of got involved in a scam back in June.
A scam?
And part of, yes, where it was somebody was calling and said they had we had won a prize with the Publishers Clearinghouse.
Okay. And what happened?
And this went on for 3 or 4 days, and they finally said, "Oh, by the way, we need you to go get a Visa vanilla gift card."
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did that time, and it's not big bucks, so I'm not too worried about it.
How much?
But the point is, $426, and they say I currently have 145 balance. But what's confused me, and when 2 days after I got the card, I called them. I asked them to cancel the card. I also to put a hold.
So hold on, but I want to get this straight to help people listening right now, because if it happened to you, it's going to happen to others. First, you're told you won an award, and why were you going out to get this credit card, this prepaid credit card? What was the reason they gave you for doing that?
Their package included a brochure that said, "Hey, because they're working through and have to work through a federal agency, the card is for the federal agency." Okay.
What do you mean for the federal agency? You mean to pay the taxes?
No, it wasn't paying taxes. It was just basically get an approval for them to proceed with the awarding the prize.
Well, it makes no sense, but I get it. They just had to give you an excuse. So they said you were told. Was this a phone call or mail?
No, it happened to be a phone call.
All right, so you're told, hey, man, you won the Publishers Clearinghouse, but we first need you to go buy a prepaid credit card. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, then what did you do? You bought one, and what did you do?
Yeah, and then I called them back, and I gave them the information on the card.
Right, that's right. That's how it works.
Okay, and then I sat down, and within less than 24 hours, I called the Visa card, and I said, I want you to put a hold on that card.
Now, why? Why did you want to put a hold on it?
Because I suspected maybe there was some foul play going on.
Good.
Okay?
Okay.
And I know I did not use the card.
All right. So you called up and said, I want to stop this. I have a bad feeling about it. And what happened?
Then they actually put a hold on the card and told me it would take 60 to 90 days to get it resolved because I put in a...
Who did you call to put a hold on it?
The Visa people.
Okay, and it wasn't the scammers. It was the real Visa people.
Yes, sir. It was the real Visa people. I've had numerous phone calls with them.
Okay, so tell me, where does it stand now, and why are you calling?
Well, it's the reason I'm calling is I just need some advice.
What are you trying to accomplish? You're trying to save the $400, right? That instead of squandering it.
Yeah, in a nutshell, that's true. However, let me make you aware of something. The card was for $426.00. There's a balance on the card right now of $146.83.
So somebody already spent it.
Oh yeah, and the amount they spent is $1,014. Now,
wait a minute. Hold on. With a prepaid card, you can't spend more than that's on there. I mean, if it was a $400 card, they can't spend more than $400.
Tom, I'm looking at it, and I understand what you just told me, and that was my understanding also. And what's really confused me is says, okay, you're telling me you spent more on the card than it was authorized, or you accepted the transactions. You're also telling me I have a balance, and them two numbers together far exceed.
Are they saying you have a credit balance or you have a debit balance?
No, I have a balance.
Well, what does that mean, you have a balance? Does it mean you have a balance you owe or a balance that's a credit?
No, it's a balance that is a credit.
Okay. Well, then it's impossible that you could have charged $1,000 on a $400 card and have a $100 balance to you. It's all of this is impossible. So I don't even think you were talking to the right Visa people, to be honest with you.
Well, I've called them and I talked to the customer service.
Where'd you get the number to call them? Where'd you get the number?
It's on the back of the card.
Oh, okay. All right. Then it probably was. Listen, John, why are you calling today? What can we help you with? Because it sounds like you're in deep. What I would do is cut off all communication, rip up the card, and consider the $400 gone.
Tom, that's why I called. I was looking for your advice.
Well, that's my advice. That's not saying.
I understand it.
But what I don't understand is if you put by the time you put a hold on the card, 300 of it was already spent. Is that right?
Oh, more than that.
Well, how can it be more if it was a $400 card?
Tom, I don't know that. That's why I'm calling you.
Okay. Did the Visa people offer you a statement?
The only thing Visa has told me is that they disallowed my dispute transaction. Didn't tell me why or give me.
Okay, John, listen. John, sure. As part of that card, is there a place you can go and look at the charges that were made? Is there online access?
Yes.
Yes. Did you sign on and look at the charges?
I did.
Okay. Where were the charges? Where were the charges made?
Oh my! I want to say a lot of them were made. I've done it. I thought I had that in front of me.
Well, just roughly, John. Where were they made? All over the country, or?
Yeah, quite a few of them were made in Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah. Okay. So where does it stand right now? Is anyone trying to get money from you?
Nobody's trying to get money from me. I am trying to get the Visa guys to explain to me why they disallowed my transaction.
What transaction did they disallow?
Well, I disputed the money that I
okay.
John,
now I understand. You're saying because you did it too late. You did it too late. You authorized the card, you gave them the number, then you called back and changed your mind, and in between they charged up $1,000. So that's why, John, you made a mistake. You fell for a scam. May I ask how old you are?
Yes, sir. 78 years old.
Okay. Well, you sound pretty spry. I mean, you knew something was up. John, you just can't, there's not much we can do about it, but I'm glad you told us so other people will be aware of it.
John, why don't you use the $136 and then you've only lost it out?
He can't use, if he does that, they're going to pop him for the rest of the money that was charged on that. If he ever acknowledges that he has any part of it and puts a signature to it, he's done. If he makes a withdrawal of that $130, he's over. They'll come after him for the entire balance. I think.
Let me.
Go ahead, John. Make it quick. Go ahead, sir.
The card is on hold, and there is a balance of 145. And their position is, once it gets resolved, we'll give you a new card with 145 on it.
All right. If they do that, fine. If they don't, fine. I would just leave it alone at this point. My theory is, if you acknowledge one of the things, you acknowledge all of the things. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver.
I just can't believe it.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Well, not bad if you're trying to make your way around town right now. There is that car fire or vehicle fire burning southbound or westbound E470 at Chambers. They've had the right lanes blocked up with pretty solid jamming back to Jordan Road. They should be close to getting that moved out of your way. We are seeing some slowing eastbound I-70, Havana out past Chambers, and they're also doing some pothole repairs out near East Colfax in the center lane. Traffic's getting around that just fine. Watch for crashes cleaning up. Eastbound Bellevue University got another big one tied up at 104th and Riverdale. Denver weather today, partly cloudy, and we're looking at a high up near 86. Right now, it's 82. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year, Labor Day sale. Save up to $900 on select adjustable mattress sets from Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, and Sealy. Plus, get up to a $300 instant gift for pillows and more.
Oh, yeah, you can. 'Cause
LazyDays.com. LazyDays.com is the RV authority. And as I said, what makes an authority? First and foremost, the many locations all over the country and in Denver, and the services, including the sales of new and used RVs, plus, you heard it, maintenance and repairs. You know, there's nowhere to take an RV except Lazy Days, and they have a facility up at exit 240 and I-25, LazyDays.com. All right, Dragon.
Yo.
You've been silent today, bro.
What? What happened?
Nothing. You've just been silent.
Sorry.
They want to know if that deal with Fix-It applies to electrical work. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Like, is that panel check?
Well, Fix-It also does electrical work, but your 29 deal is for furnace, so.
Yeah, I'll talk about it.
We can get an electrician out to do a whole house maintenance. Not for 29 bucks. When we come back, if we can.
Okay.
I want to also add $1,500 off for replacement offer just because we talked about.
Okay.
Hey, if your system's 10 years old, because it really is going to go. I mean, the whole market's the manufacturer again, same thing. It's going to go up. And they're going to use.
I want to talk about that, Jeff. I forgot to talk about
then our prices have to go up.
I need to talk about that. Hold on.
So if your system's 10 years or older, you should get it replaced.
Yeah, I'll do that. Tell Margaret I'll for sure take her.
All right.
All righty. Do you have specifics that you somewhat of an outline for wash, rinse, repeat cell for businesses that we can, so when we do our thing, we can have it coordinated? Yeah.
That would be interesting to know how to figure out how to a lot of experts all agree to make one company.
I think I could.
If you could convince one person to switch trade over your hose,
I like.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hi. Uh-huh. Okay. What's your name? Larry? Larry? Okay, hold on for me.
Local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, George, so we're going to do $29. You got to book it today. What time do you stop taking calls for that?
I would call before 5. Let's just say by 5.
Till 5
today.
o'clock. Okay.
You have to book
by
it
5
before
o'clock, you got to book it, and that means it can be done anytime in the future. It's $29 for the full extreme clean and tune, and the only people that really do the extreme clean, okay? And the 29 is a steal, because even 39, the normal special, is a steal. And I'm going to give that number out, 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. You also want to do $1,500 off for any replacements.
We were just talking about, like, if your system is 10 years plus, you should consider getting it replaced before the end of the year.
With the new efficiency ones, yeah.
Yeah, it's not really, the efficiency is going to be the same. It's just it's the refrigerant that's changing.
Oh, okay.
And so because those laws
No,
are
I
changing,
didn't mean better efficiency in the future. I meant if you have a 10-year older one, you can get a better efficiency one now.
Yeah, but the system you're buying today versus January is virtually the same quality, same efficiency. The only difference is
the prices are going to go up.
And the prices are going to be way, way high, thousands higher, I'm telling you. We have no choice. Like, that's the whole industry. And so now, like, I mean, if you if that's you, like, now's the time.
And you're going to do a special?
Yeah, we'll do $1,500 off.
If you want or need a replacement, $1,500 off any replacement.
And it doesn't cost you anything at all to get that,
to find out
that price, yeah.
So that's 720-526-3939. Okay, Margaret, you need some assistance. I'm not sure with what, Margaret. What's going on?
Well, it sounds easy, but it's old. I need to buy or have a television set repaired, and I don't know where to go.
Okay, what kind of TV do you have?
I tried a couple people, and
what
they
kind
all
of
want
TV,
me to
Margaret?
bring my set in,
Margaret,
and I can't.
what
Yes.
kind of TV do you
Yes.
have, dear?
It's a Samsung.
Is it an LED, the new one? New kind? Flat
Yeah.
screens?
Yeah.
How old is it?
Yeah.
How old is it?
I'm thinking maybe 2.5 years.
Wait a minute. What the hell's wrong with it if it's only 2.5 years old?
Well, first the sound went out.
What?
And now everything's gone.
What?
So
That doesn't sound...
Yeah.
So where did you buy this a couple years ago?
I bought it at Best Buy, and that's not going to work out. I'm not a member there any longer, and so forth.
Well,
So,
Best Buy doesn't have
so
a
I
membership.
just need to get somebody to fix it. Can they fix the
How much?
flat
Do you remember
screen?
what you paid for it? Because the dang thing... What size is it?
I think I paid like in the high fours.
I know.
Maybe
I don't know
yeah.
anybody who can fix anything for less than half of that. I mean, what I'm saying is, they're damn
Go
near
ahead, just
they're
get
damn near
another one.
disposable.
Yeah. Okay.
But hold on, Margaret.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised.
Margaret, do you know what size it is?
Yeah, it's 40 inches.
Damn. I just, like this one behind me, this one here, let's see, is it off right now? What the hell? Why is it off? Anyway, this one behind me, we're just talking about it. If it's off, I might have turned it off by mistake. But anyway, the one behind me here I've had for so many years. I don't know what would go wrong with it in a couple years. Did you have any voltage spikes?
No. Tell me what make that is, the one that's so old.
Samsung. I love Samsung. No, I'm serious. I mean, I've never heard of a Samsung going out in a couple years unless it had a voltage spike.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Let me
but,
just see.
you know,
Hold on.
Well,
I had the name of a guy one time. Let me see if I still have it. I had the name of a guy that fixed mine once. I did have him come out, not for this one, but for another one, for a TV repair, and it was weird. He fixed it. It was amazing. And it just worked. I gotta find him. This might be him. Hold on. Nope, I can't. I had a guy that did actually, what was wrong with mine? It was something really simple with the eye for the remote or something. It wasn't coming on or off.
Yeah.
But I can't really tell you.
Loss. It's just,
it's almost worth just buying a brand new one. I hate saying that.
Yeah, that's what I will do.
She could go to Costco and buy like a 50-inch for like $300.
I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
that's why
say.
I bought this one.
You know, it really.
Well,
Wait. I thought you
before
said
I
Best
let
Buy,
you
but you
go.
said Costco. Listen, and you're not a member at Costco, is what you meant, right?
I'm not now, but I mean, I could always join up, but I don't know if it'd be worth it just to get this done if they
Well,
would
then
do
go to
it.
Best Buy. They have pretty similar deals.
Yeah, I've been talking to Best Buy. That's who I usually go to. Listen, I'm not going to keep you, Tom.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. I'm sorry. I just didn't have any good advice on that. Now, Larry wants a question on voting, which is a weird question. What's going on, Larry?
Hi, Tom. Hey, just had a question about what I might do about... I'm confused about the one-man, one-vote concept when the local sheriff here in Kansas and the county I'm in has decided during the Republican primary. You know, everybody that is not registered Republican is not allowed to vote for a county sheriff. I don't understand that.
Oh, wait a minute. Because he's only running in the primary and no one's opposing him?
Well, yeah, there was 3 Republicans running in the primary, but that decided it. It seems to me
No,
like...
I get what you're saying. Hold on a second. This is something I've long wondered about. If you can hang on, Larry. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Well, not bad if you're trying to make your way around town right now. There is that car fire or vehicle fire burning southbound or westbound E470 at Chambers. They've had the right lanes blocked up with pretty solid jamming back to Jordan Road. They should be close to getting that moved out of your way. We are seeing some slowing eastbound I-70, Havana out past Chambers, and they're also doing some pothole repairs out near East Colfax in the center lane. Traffic's getting around that just fine. Watch for crashes cleaning up. Eastbound Bellevue University got another big one tied up at 104th and Riverdale. Denver weather today, partly cloudy, and we're looking at a high up near 86. Right now, it's 82. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Hey, you heard me talk about the whole house fan on this show more than once. And you heard me talk about how to use it properly and how to replace your air conditioner in some weeks of the season, and also augment your air conditioner to save money. It basically evens out the temperatures in your home, and it helps get great, cool ventilation going. And at night when you come home, if you left your air off all day to save money, you can cool it down in just a few minutes and then use your AC, but your AC works less. QCcolorado.com. I'm a firm believer. I'm a true customer 2 times, and I've saved enough money to pay for it. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. Hey, speaking of saving money, how do you know you're saving money unless you get a price? But how many of us have time to really have companies come out and give us prices? That's why the Art of Granite streamlined the process. They're so proud of the prices, they'll give you prices on the phone. Honest to goodness. Mitch Floria at the Art of Granite simply wants you to be informed. No matter what kind of countertops you want, they can do granite or any natural stone or solid surface. Give them a call, give them an idea of your project, and you'll get a price on the phone. I love the Art of Granite, and right now they have wholesale on all materials, and if you get it from their remnant yard, you get free materials. Just pay for the template and installation and fabrication. It's theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now, 303-386-5919. All right, YouTube morons.
That's reporter.
See what the new guy sounds like.
That's reporter Chad Ballard. Broncos reporter Chad Ballard. Broncos legend Trout. Broncos legend.
Okay.
What's his name? Do you know?
No idea.
Broncos legend.
Maybe you'll say it.
Broncos legend Terrell Davis is returning to the Colorado football scene, this time with Colorado State. He'll work with Seattle.
He'll get there.
Well,
he's got the radio voice, though. He's got the news voice. That's nice.
Yeah.
Broncos legend Terrell Davis is returning to the Colorado football scene, this time Broncos legend Terrell.
Over under? That might be gracious. Let's see. Haley May lasted 5.
Programs, speak to classes, and will be on the sidelines at Rams home games. That's the latest. I'm Peter Dixon.
Peter Dixon, that's who he is. Peter Dixon. His parents didn't like him. 10 seconds.
Hour, Kamala Harris in the White House joins me to start the show, plus KOA's Mandy Connell live from day 4 of the DNC in Chicago. 2 minute 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. By the way, somebody texted me saying I had the same problem with my Samsung. I unplugged it for 10 minutes, plugged it back in, and it worked again. They basically rebooted it, right? And now also, there's a pre-authorization on these Visa cards. This guy called in and said he was caught up in a scam where he had to buy a prepaid Visa card that ended up what it ended up doing is owing more than he had authorized. He had a $400 prepaid card. Somebody said that there's a pre-authorization on there that allows you to that they might take more money from your bank to prepay for other charges. You got to make sure you didn't put any bank account information in there, sir, or that could be continually taking money out of your bank. That's very important. Let's go back to the phones. And Larry has a question. He's in Kansas and says he thinks it's unfair that with the sheriff's department, there were only 3 Republicans running, no Democrats. Therefore, it was only decided in the primary, and there was in the general election, it's automatic. Now, Larry, technically that's correct, but there would I don't know what to tell you about that. I mean, if that's the system and there were no Democrats to run, what difference would it make if you could have voted?
What do you mean?
Okay.
You mean I can't vote for a Republican because I'm registered? I'm not registered Democrat.
You can vote for a Republican. You can. Here's what I'm saying. Just because there's a primary, that did not decide it. They still have to go through the general election, even if they're unopposed.
No, that's where you're wrong. It was decided in the primary. Our new sheriff has been decided.
Well, I know it's decided. Hey, Dragon, help me if I'm wrong, but if you're unopposed, don't you still go through the general election?
Yeah, because that's what happened to Biden here, because he was unopposed for the Democrat Party, and then he got the nomination.
No, but the general election. Let's say.
Oh, I apologize.
Let's say that there was no Democrat running for an office or no Republican. They still have to go through a general election, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because there's also the possibility of write-in ballots. Larry,
of course.
I need to look up the race you're talking about, because I've heard of people being unopposed where the primary, in essence, chooses the candidate, and because the candidate is unopposed, they kind of automatically win the general election. But they do go through the general election where people can either vote for them or not.
Not in Kansas. They're not going to allow. It's not going to be. There's not going to be a sheriff on the November ballot.
Really?
To choose from. Correct.
Okay.
That's what's so straight up about it. It was determined only by the elite few that are registered Republicans.
I get exactly what you're saying. But then I'm going to ask you again. Let's say that is true. What would you have preferred it to be?
Well, it seems to me that it makes sense that they should have voted for 2, and then those 2 people should have went to the November election.
Yeah, but
Should've
if
been
they're
on the
both,
ballot for everybody to choose from.
but if they're both Republicans, that's not the way it works. Each party puts up a candidate or a number of candidates. The winner of that party then goes to the general election. I've never heard of it. What county is this? For what sheriff? Pratt County, Pratt?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to look it up because I just never heard of such a thing. I thought even when you're unopposed, you go through a general election. And I'm asking, God, I want to know if my YouTube morons know that or not, by the way. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hold on, and I'll get an answer for that. Then Brenda wants to talk about security deposits, all of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm here to help you. All you have to do is call 303-MARTINO as well, 303-627-8466. And you can call that 24/7, leave a message, and we will call you back. That's 303-MARTINO. More coming up.
Chopper says I'm out of touch.
What's so funny?
That's my Chopper. He says I'm out of touch
Republican
with this noise issue. He says, "Where you been? You've been out of the touch." The cops don't investigate noise complaints. Yeah, they do. They have to.
You son of a bitch. I am so tired of this.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Hi, Bennett.
Hi, Randy. This is Bo with the Troubleshooter Show.
That guy's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
It's a little slow today, but I'm trying.
How does that make sense, though?
I looked it up, though. They don't have a general election if the candidate's unopposed.
Huh.
Yeah, I know. I'll be right back. I know.
Looks like you guys are making progress, and I appreciate it. If you'd like to call me,
Because George has got. Oh,
my off-air number is 720-633-3000.
I was thinking the other guy.
Thank you. Bye.
He might be. I don't see him on camera anymore.
Call this person.
Because he zoomed in. Sure thing, Chopper. That Ken guy, he's a grammar Nazi. YouTube. Chopper says, "Do you want me to block someone? I'm in the mood. Who is this Ken guy?" Yeah, of course. Last I saw,
Really?
Ken was being a grammar Nazi.
Hey, I got a little information.
Lamar.
So regarding your noise, yes, I talked to Nick. He seemed to be a manager there. And he knows about all the emails. I mean, just the bottom line is they're not going to do anything for you. And the security, right, and the security they have, they're just rent-a-cops. You know, they're employed by them. So my suggestion is, and I believe you, I would tender over your notice to vacate. Okay, and then I don't know what they're talking about, this Gold Hills Police Department. There's no such thing. So I looked up your address. I'm going to give you a couple of numbers for the non-emergency number for the Colorado Springs Police. Oh, okay, so this is what I'm going to do. There's two numbers based on the neighborhood. So I'm going to text you two numbers for the non-emergency number for the Colorado Springs Police Department. Okay? So if it happens again after 10 o'clock, just call them. Now, they might balk a little bit about it and say, hey, we don't investigate noise, but they do. And I'll text you the Colorado Revised Statute. So if they give you any, all right, so if they give you any crap about it, just say you just cite that Colorado Revised Statute, they'll come investigate it. So I'm going to text you the numbers, and that's about all we can do for you. Okay. All right, you're welcome. You too. Bye.
Ten seconds, Tom.
You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by John Fuller, Fuller Law. Get a price on your personal injury and personal attention and immediate information. John Fuller, and it's personalinjuryco.com. Hey, what is going on right now? You need to know about security deposits, so let's talk about that. Brenda, what's happening? Hi, Brenda.
Hi, Tom. I rented a house with a $3,000 deposit. It wasn't returned within the 60 days, so I know I can sue for treble damages.
Yeah.
I did eventually get the refund from them, but it wasn't obviously treble damages worth. If I cash the check, can I still?
Well, let's talk about that. How long after the 60 days did you get it?
It was probably 2 weeks.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to tell you, Brenda. The treble damages are usually awarded after 60 days when a tenant writes to the landlord or management company and says, according to state law, you owe me this, and if you don't do it within so many days, I'm going to sue for treble damages. Now, here's the problem. You didn't go through the process, and it was 2 weeks late. You could possibly, if it was egregious and months later or whatever, but most of the time, judges will not do it because there are no damages and you didn't warn them. But I'm looking up some court precedent on this because I kept some, and I can let you know, but it'll take me a minute to look it up. And when I look into the law books for precedents, if you hold on, I'll do that. After it'll take a few minutes. You can even listen if you want, and you don't have to hang on. That's up to you, but I will do it. Okay. And what we're asking about is, do you have to go through that process of warning, or is it the mere fact that 60 days have expired gives you treble damages? I'll look that up. And by the way, court precedent is previous law based on previous cases. All right, a couple cool things here. Now, somebody said that they want to know why I detest, where is it I'm looking for? Oh, yeah, why I don't like trading cars in on a lease. And they want to know why. Okay, I want to talk about that. When you lease a car, there are many things done that resemble a purchase, but they're not. And for example, there's not a true interest rate. It's called a lease factor. And what that means is they just add money to your monthly payment. And there's also something called an acquisition cost, which is a purchase. So here's what happens. A leasing company, like ABC Leasing, they'll buy a car. That's called the acquisition cost. That car then is leased to you, but it's owned by ABC Leasing. You pay ABC Leasing a monthly fee to lease the car. That fee is based on the amount of use you will do on it. So ABC Leasing went out and bought the Apple. Okay, that's the car. And they might have bought the Apple from a dealership. It doesn't matter. They bought the Apple. Now you take that Apple and you say to ABC Leasing, over the next 3 years, I'm only going to eat half of it. At the end of that 3 years, I'm going to give back the other half. Then the payment is based on that. That is how a lease works. The problem comes in with a trade. If you trade in a car and it has any negative equity whatsoever, the entire reason for leasing goes out the window. The benefit of lower payments and the benefit of paying for only what you use of the car goes out the window. And you're also paying for the previous car. It's a bad idea. It's better to sell that car. It's better to pay off the equity, do whatever. Don't ever do negative equity. Now, if it's positive equity going into the deal, it's also not a great idea because they don't take it off the acquisition price usually. What they do is increase the acquisition to absorb the trade. If they do that, you're just giving that to them. And because the payment is artificially lower with a lease, you often don't squawk about it because you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm leasing a car for $350. That's pretty damn good. It's a nice car. But what you don't realize is if you truly bought down the acquisition cost, that payment could have been $280 or $290. So a lot of people don't understand the workings of a lease and therefore end up getting screwed. I hope that answers it. Now, on some other issues, because it's really important. We were talking about price controls. There is no secret that the Democrats are now talking about price controls, and what they feel is that they're doing that to combat greedflation, meaning the part of the rising prices, they say, is attributed to corporate greed. But if you look at the actual economic figures, the truth of the matter is corporate profits have gone down in general. Now, I know that there are a lot of rich corporations and all of that crap, but they've gone down. And grocery stores, which she was targeting, they specifically have gone down. And their entire profit margin is just 1.6%. Now, I'd like to know what you think about price controls. I've had some people in business tell me that the way they fight price controls is simply the manufacturers will not produce enough and people are going to run into shortages. Okay, now in 2023, the profit margin hit 1.6 for supermarkets, the lowest ever. Corporations, they went down as far as their actual corporate profits. They're still making a lot of money, but their profits margin went down. Now, the only thing that can truly make aggregate prices rise, if you look at an economic model, is the destruction of purchasing power through increased currency without anything backing it. You can't just increase the money supply without any power behind it. That comes from government spending and printing money. It just, if you think about it, that's the only thing that can truly raise prices across a number of sectors. There's no way that dozens of sectors of businesses can get together and orchestrate this increase. Now, is there corporate greed? Probably. Some people take advantage of it, some individuals, some small businesses. But in general, that's not the case. If corporations, if they truly were the cause of inflation and price controls were the solution, then basically Argentina would have enjoyed the lowest inflation in the world because that's where price controls were the strictest in recent history. So I'm just going to say that also there have been proposals to forgive debt. That is akin to increasing the money supply again. I don't think that people understand fully the economic impact of messing with the economy as far as supply and demand and free market. The one thing we can do is make sure it is a free market. And that's what a judge did when he ruled that Google has to be broken up. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that is a major, major news that I haven't heard anyone talking about. This is going to be bigger than any breakup in history, including the telephone. It's going to be the biggest breakup since the phone company, and it will come. So Google is being broken up. And I'm telling you, it's major, especially for any business, not just giant business and tech businesses. But if you have a small business and you pay pay-per-clicks and you go on a bidding war for that and you're spending money out the nose with Google, that's all going to change. We'll talk about that and more coming up. Get your calls in at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer.
All right, buddy, you got about 15 seconds. We got Fuller on the phone. Ready when you are.
That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
I want to talk to John Fuller now, my personal injury expert and attorney at law, about valuing a case. A lot of people want to know what their injuries are worth, if they're going to be reimbursed as our system of justice allows. What is a good barometer of a case and its value? Is it the amount of property damage, John, or maybe other factors? What would go into it?
Well, that's one of the easy ones that you can always drive by a really bad accident and you just know that somebody got hurt badly. But the truth of the situation is that the true testing with crash test dummies and real live, participants in these tests proved that a collision of only 4 or 5 miles an hour can be equally as bad on the body and can cause permanent and serious damage that'll be with you for the rest of your life. And so truly, you can't really correlate the amount of damage to a vehicle to the amount of injury to one of the occupants. This has played true in my practice over the last 20-something years, where we frequently have people that have just modest property damage. We settled a case today that had, I think, $2,600 or $2,700 worth of property damage, and the settlement was for policy limits in the mid-six-figure range. So you just can't base your decision solely on the damage. But the lesson from that is that you've been in an accident and you look at your car and it was a couple grand to fix the property damage, and you think nobody is going to believe that this ache I've got in my neck or my back or, the chiropractic visits that I'm going to. If you're thinking that nobody's going to believe you can be injured because the amount of property damage was not much, it's really time that you pick up the phone and give us a call, because you may be surprised that is just not the only way to determine the level of injury that follows a car accident.
And the important thing is when you do pick up a phone, you will talk to John Fuller. He'll talk to any client who wants to talk to him before onboarding. And by the way, he will also give you a cell phone. You can call or text at any time for complete case updates. But the important thing is this: get your answers free of charge, no obligation, 303-597-4500. Get your answers. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Hey, what about answers on car repairs? You may have a code you pulled. Yeah, you may have a code reader. Or you might just have this problem. You can drive by Sheridan Auto Tech. They'll take a quick look, free of charge. In fact, if you book an appointment, they'll give you an hour free diagnostics. Now, Sheridan Auto Tech does maintenance, repairs, and electrical issues. They have longevity, honesty, experience, value, everything you want in an auto repair facility. I have no qualms referring them to everyone. 303-455-7242. 455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com.
One of these days. What? That's my favorite. What? You did talk over it. Yeah. There'll be more. I'm not worried.
The cold snap.
The button bar, once again, does not get
See, and it's like your laugh. It can't be faked, so it must be real. So it's not like I could ask Tom right now to sit there and go, "Hey, Tom, give me a." No.
It's totally spontaneous. Has to be.
And I'm asking, leave a message at unsealed.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay, how do you spell your first name?
XLIX.
Okay, so do you want to be known as Josh? Okay. And you've got an issue with social...
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Okay.
10 seconds, Tom.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Okay, I did look up court precedents, and I did look up. I know she called in about it. She wanted to know on what would happen with a security deposit if it was withheld for 60 days plus 2 weeks. So the law says that landlords must return a security deposit in 30 days unless extended to 60 days by written lease. But under no circumstances can a landlord withhold the security deposit for more than 60 days without a detailed explanation. The detailed explanation has to come within the 60 days of what they're withholding and why. So in other words, 60 days is the limit, either for the explanation or the return of the deposit. If you do not, the law does say you can sue for treble damages, 3 times the amount. But here's where it gets tricky. In court precedents and past cases, it's not crystal clear. That 60-day limit is required before you can write a demand for the deposit. Then you write a demand, and if you don't get the deposit in a timely fashion, you can sue for treble damages. That's after the 60 days. But what if it comes while you're considering the demand letter? So 60 days expires, and you find out that you're entitled to treble damages, and you're about to write a letter to the landlord, and 2 or 3 weeks later, the deposit shows up. In that case, if the landlord can explain why it was withheld more than 60 days, the courts may not award you treble damages, especially because they were never warned. Now, what if the landlord had no good reason to withhold it and was just acting like a jerk? It could be that the courts would allow treble damages, but it's not guaranteed. So you see the secret here, not the secret, but the strategy here is for the tenant to act immediately after 60 days to demand it or pay treble damages. So that's what's weird is that after 60 days, you don't even get treble damages unless you don't give the deposit back. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's 60 days technically, but you don't automatically get treble damages after 60 days. You still have to demand it. And that's where it gets weird, because if you didn't get a chance to demand it, and they sent it, it's a presumption that they would have sent it upon demand. Hope that makes sense. Josh, what's on your mind today? Hello, Josh. I'm Tom Martino. What's happening?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm in a situation with Social Security that they pretty much put me in a checkmate move.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
and
Start from
I
the
don't know
beginning.
what
What
to do.
happened, Josh?
Woo. Well, I have two conditions. One is called Charcot-Marie-Tooth disorder. It's a disorder that basically attacks the bones and ligaments in your feet.
Okay,
And
so you have two I don't have to know them specifically, but are they considered debilitating?
Yes, the other one is end-stage renal disease, stage 5.
Now,
And
Josh.
I'm currently on home dialysis.
Okay, Josh. Now, you have two medical conditions that render you disabled, right?
They are qualifiers in the Blue Book for disability. Yes.
Okay. Now,
Especially if they're coexistent.
okay, now here's what I want to know. Have you ever been on Social Security disability?
No.
So you are applying for Social Security disability?
Yes.
And did you get turned down how many times? The first time only?
No. I'm on my appeal now.
I understand. I'm asking this, though. On your first appeal or I need to know, how many times were you turned down?
Twice.
Okay, so you went through the appeal process once already.
Correct. Now I'm in the adjudication process.
I got it. So, Josh, you applied for disability. You were rejected.
Yes.
You appealed it. You were rejected. And now you're on your third round.
Yes.
Do you have an attorney representing you?
I've been turned down by 5 different law firms because of what has happened in my situation.
Okay, now, Josh, I just want to explain this. I want to explain this to people. With Social Security disability, law firms usually work on what's called a contingency basis. That means that retroactive from the date you applied, you will be paid in full if you win, and they will take a small portion of what you win. Now, having said that, there is a reason in my mind that 5 law firms would turn you down. And that reason is usually they don't believe you have a good case.
Well, since they declared my disability date different than the date I applied, they took away my back pay. So there's no incentive.
There's no incentive for an attorney to take it because there's no lump sum.
Well, there's 2 reasons why they won't take it. The second reason is because they declared me medically disabled, but they also declared me financially ineligible.
Well, I've never heard of such a thing.
Declared medically disabled. No, yeah, me neither. And here's the ironic part is I worked pretty much most of my life as a social worker as a systems navigator. So I speak the language and everything. And
can I ask you something, Josh? When you say you were rendered disabled, you said they declared you disabled after your application date. Why is that?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
I applied and, well, that's what I have to go to court to find out. But the reason why I turned in my application in October of 2023. They declared me medically disabled in April of 2024.
Why? But why? I mean, that took away some of the retro. It didn't take away all of it.
Well, I have I have end-stage renal disease, and that's, but they didn't have my medical records by that time. So since then, I've turned in lots of records with my other condition that they don't even recognize.
Josh, reason one, you're saying they declared you disabled later than your application date. But then the second thing I don't understand, they declared you disabled but financially ineligible for disability. I've never heard of that.
Yep. So
well hold on. I'm asking you, Josh. Hold on. I'm asking you to explain it to me. Not whether you agree with it, but what is their reasoning that you are financially ineligible for disability?
They say that I have $59,000 in cash that I'm stashing somewhere.
Okay. I get it. Now I totally get it. Yeah, that you have to spend, it's called spending down. You have to spend down your money before they kick in. So where did they get the idea you had?
Spent down in October when I applied. I had nothing.
The money that you had, was it in the bank?
They went back 4 years ago. So here's what they told me I have to do.
It's called the federal look back. Here's what I need to know. They declared you had $59,000 in surplus funds with the federal look back. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now,
and they told me to remedy it in court. I need to have every cash withdrawal that I made from an ATM from 2020, and a receipt showing what I purchased.
Right, that's right. Withdrawal. That's right. They want to see that you spent it.
I can't do that. Yeah, and I don't have receipts for cash that I.
No one does.
I didn't think to even keep them.
No one does.
Yeah, that's what I told them. I said, if you have
Josh, I have to tell you, Josh, I have to tell you, in all the years I've been doing this and handling every case you can think about, this is the first time I've ever heard of them being such a stickler. Usually, general explanations of a spend down is accepted. A general explanation is accepted. I don't understand. In fact, we've had people that declared that they lost at gambling.
Break when you can, buddy.
But so that's where I'm at.
All right, hold on. I know what I have to do. We need to get an attorney on for Social Security disability. And there is someone I use often. He's not on the referral list, but he knows his Social Security disability game. I don't know if you've ever gone to him. Pete McGuire? Did you, Josh?
No, sir.
Hey, Josh, by the way, how old are you?
Why does that matter, Doc?
Well, because once you're 67, with regular Social Security, the amount of money you have doesn't count. You could have $23 million in a bank, and if you're 67, your Social Security is not affected by it.
And I hate to interrupt, but I also am still fighting for my SSDI and in the appeal process because I believe I have more work credits than they have.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into that this minute, but
that would change. They wouldn't have to look back if I had SSDI.
How old are you, Josh?
I'm 51.
Okay.
Hold on a second, okay, Josh? Hold on. We got more coming right up. Hey, Kelly. Oh, no.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Kelly never listens.
iHeartRadio app for all your music.
She barely works here.
I totally agree.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Winnie's new Saucy Nugs.
Do you see that name up there?
A couple busy spots throughout the Denver metro before we hit that 1
Pete
o'clock.
McGuire.
I-25 north and...
You want her to give him a call?
Can you have her call? He's an attorney at law that knows me.
Out of the ordinary there.
And he knows
For folks
a lot
heading to
about
DIA,
this
it's
process.
been a busy drive all morning.
She's on it.
Seeing some stop-and-go traffic starting at Havana, clearing up just after I-225. Heading out west into the high country, I-70 westbound closed between Vail Pass Summit and exit 180 for Vail due to fire activity. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. More scattered thunderstorms throughout the metro area today with a high of 86 degrees. Overnight low of 60. Thunderstorms continue tomorrow, high 88. The current temperature in Denver is 81 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The best nugs are now even better. Wendy's new Saucy Nugs take the nugs you love and sauce them up in bold flavors, including buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, and spicy ghost pepper. Try them all today. For a whole new way to nug, it's gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
All right, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. The name says it all. That's what they do. They help you plan for retirement. Well, how does that work? Well, if you're young enough, they help you grow a nest egg with different strategies. Now, if you're middle-aged, not very young, not very old. Then they help you convert that nest egg into safety and growth. And as you get older, into income. And they do it all through different strategies. They're registered investment advisors. They also deal with annuities and long-term care and all kinds of other things. Everything you need for retirement. And they're happy to consult with you at any time about your retirement free of charge. Then they can tell you what they can do for you and what it will cost and how you benefit in your savings. So why don't you call them? 970-663-3211. A company I know and trust. You can too. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com.
Get him, Kill.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah?
the number you gave me doesn't work.
What?
It's just a fast, busy signal.
Wait, 303-691-9868?
6898.
Oh, wait, I gave I'm sorry. It's 9868. 691-98. I'm sorry, I did it wrong, dear. 9868. 691-9868. There you go. Sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. Hi, this message is for Dan. My name's Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. And Tom has a couple questions regarding Social Security law. If you could please give me a call back at 303-MARTINO, which is 303-627-8466. Again, that's 627-84. Sorry. Let me go back. 303-627-8466. Thank you so much, Pat. Really appreciate it. Bye. It's Pete, not Pat. God, I'm so tired. Did we have another call?
Yeah, it was just a dial tone. Ain't nothing there.
All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay, what's your name? All right, hold on for me.
Call now, 800-871-9832. That's 800-871-9832.
10 seconds here, Tom.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, before going back to Josh, before that, I want to ask Jim what his comment is on renting. Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, one of the things that I've had tenants try to do to me is say they never got the letter. And I've been able to show that it's by proof of mailing, that I mailed it way within the 60 days, certified mail.
Yeah.
And that, so they're not above from defrauding the landlord by saying they never got that.
I know.
And so I've learned. I was taught a lesson a long time ago, and I've learned from that.
Jim,
So,
thank you. That's a very
one of-
good. That's a very good topic. Also, I think people should text and email as well. Again, I believe the law says notification. I'm not sure if the law specifies the mail. Okay, so Josh, with the Social Security, again, I looked up past court hearings, and I'm trying to get our expert on, Pete McGuire, attorney at law. Kachina, I think you did call. He's not around right now.
I left him a message, Tom.
If we can, we'll get him back on. But I want to just give you a preview of what I found. That when you are looking for this disability insurance from Social Security, you must have receipts, this is what they say, and invoices or bank statements that can back up the withdrawals, or contracts for payment of something, or receipts, or bills of sale, letters of communication, texts, emails. The look-back period, they say, is 3 years, not 4. And that's about it in general. It's not unusual to ask for this documentation. But we'll ask our attorney about it. The next thing I want to ask you, though, is...
Tom, I have some of that documentation.
Good.
I just don't have all of it. I have all my bank records.
Well, how
Everything's been turned in.
how much do they say you're keeping if you have some of the records? Like, how much can't... Go ahead.
I won't know till I go to court.
No, what I mean is this. The original amount they said you had that you had to show was how much? 59?
Yep, and they won't tell me how they came up with that number.
So they came up with $59,000 in excess funds that you have to show you spent down.
Correct.
Did you have $59,000 in your bank?
No, well, at one time, 4 years ago.
Okay, they can only go
Or
back.
3 years ago.
They can only go back 36 months.
Yep. So I sold a house.
When?
And
when?
November of 2020.
Okay, so then from the time you applied, it was only 3 years. Yeah, they can look back at that.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And what were your
I've given them everything.
What was your profit?
When it was all said and done, after I split it in the divorce, I ended up with like $80,000.
Okay, now that $80,000 is going to be a subject of inquiry. So how do you? You're lucky they went from 80 down to 59. How did they do that?
Well, because they just want to know the cash that I pulled out of the ATM. That's all they want. It's the cash I pulled out of the ATM, and then they want receipts for everything I paid cash.
You mean they don't care about the... What about the other money? Where'd the other money go?
Living expenses.
Okay, but that's what I mean. Okay, so they don't... So what they're saying is, we know you had $80,000, but you took $59,000 in cash that we have to have accounted for.
Yeah, and I don't know how they came up with that figure.
Neither do I. I have no
They
idea.
put it in the computer.
Did they give you a hint how they came up with it?
When I talked to a person from the regional office, they said they put it in the computer, and that's that. And then he called me a Medicaid fraud, so that's why I'm not getting my benefits.
Medicaid fraud or Medicare?
I'm sorry, called me a Medicaid fraud because I'm also on Medicaid.
How did you get? Okay, well, Medicaid is not predicated on equity. It's predicated on income. You can be on Medicaid and have a lot of artwork and all kinds of stuff. You could have cars. I mean, you could have a house. Medicaid only is concerned now, since Obamacare, with income. So Medicaid is... Well, then you're not a Medicaid fraud. It doesn't matter. There are a lot of rich people on Medicaid because they don't have income. But they have property and they have other things.
Yeah, and I have nothing in my name except for a truck with $2,500.
And again, it wouldn't matter with Medicaid. With Medicaid, all that matters is income. But I'm concerned about the other stuff they're talking about. Some $59,000 in cash, and they won't tell you how they got to that. I'm telling you that it sounds like they're. I don't know what is going on, but what we're going to do is mark this. Let's mark this pending, Kachina, and let's try to get Pete on tomorrow, maybe, to talk about it. All right, let's try. 303-713-TALK. Sandra. Oh, I got to take a break, Sandra. I'll come right back to you, okay, dear? Just hang on. I just want to tell you about Excel Roofing for the best in roofing and in attic insulation and all-around good people. They don't take a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com, the only roofers I'll have at my house. And you'd be good to call them, too. 303-761-6400.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some slowdowns over on the east end of town. Let's start with I-70 eastbound at Peoria Street. We've got a crash off on the right shoulder. Slow traffic back from I-270. Only seen about 2 or 3 minutes of delays there. Heading north of there near DIA, E470 southbound at Toll Plaza D, roadwork in the right lane as stop and go back from 96. This one's seen about 5 minutes of delays. To the center of town, to downtown, I-25 north and southbound. No major complaints, just some normal slow traffic on I-25 northbound between 6th and Colfax. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms throughout the Denver metro today. High of 86 degrees, overnight low of 60. More thunderstorms tomorrow. Current temperature in Denver is 85 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Lowe's knows saving pros time and money means getting the job done easier. Right now, get up to 50% off select composite decking and railing. Because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net for the best prices anywhere for water heaters, bar none. If you want a water heater for 40 gallons, guess what? $13.99. 50 gallons, $14.99. And that's taking all the old stuff out and hauling it away. That's EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. No matter what size you want, they do the best pricing ever on water heaters and other plumbing repairs. Put them to the test. 303-668-6844.
Randy Cromwell.
What did you say, Kelly?
You can leave if you want to. We only have one more segment.
Hey, who's going to be in tomorrow?
I just want to see what...
Kelly stepped into the other studio. I'll have her yak it when she comes back.
Oh, she wants a car.
Tom was curious who's coming in tomorrow.
Oh, Jesse.
Woo!
And Jeff.
Jesse and Jeff.
Yeah, I'll be in the studio. Contain your excitement.
I don't know if I can. I'll have to wear my stretchy pants.
Just not Speedos.
Hey, back in the day when I was on BPI, I wore a Speedo, and I was 300 plus pounds. It was great.
Well, you wore it in the studio. No one would have seen you.
No. We had a bit where the intern, me, would have to go out and mow listeners' lawns in a Speedo.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Anybody have a picture of it?
I'm sure there's somewhere. Maybe I'll ask Oi, see if she has any.
She probably does.
She probably does.
She keeps everything.
And that's something you want to hang on to.
I would love to see you in a Speedo at 300 pounds.
Oh.
I mean, after all, that's what everybody wears on the French Riviera.
It was not rainbow, but it was multicolored. So there was definitely some pinks, there was some blues, there's some purples.
Nice.
Yep.
So it was very LBGT friendly.
Right.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Got everybody in there.
Mm-hmm.
And even the people who call themselves unicorns and fairies. Okay, I don't know why.
Yeah, it was one of those torture the intern kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, you got a lawnmower? Yeah. You got a Speedo? No. Okay, now you do. Here, have a Speedo.
Was that with Willie and...
Yep, Willie and Stout.
Yeah. Well, if I remember, Lewis and Floor Wax used to...
They would do stuff like that. I stepped on a rake blindfolded with Rick and Wax.
Okay.
So you couldn't prepare yourself to, block the rake when it comes up and hits you. Oh, I had a nice welt right up my chest. It was right, yep. Mm-hmm. It was glorious. I got my back waxed, too, with Lewis and Floor
That's
Wax.
not that bad.
Have you seen me? I was cold for the next few days. I was like, hey, it's cold in here. Yeah, well, you don't have that layer of fur.
Did you yell Kelly Clarkson?
No, Kelly Clarkson! 10 seconds.
Or a pickup line, yeah. Dan Caplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Or actually, call 303-MARTINO, and then we'll put you on for the next show. You can always, we'll call you back, 303-627-8466. Sandra, what's going on? You need assistance. Is this for a car repair or a car?
A car. My daughter's car transmission died, so just looking to see if they put it out there to see if anybody has a reasonable priced car.
Now listen, let me ask you something about your daughter. Does she work?
Yep, she works. She's just doesn't have a lot of money because she got this car a couple of years ago, and then it's been really pretty good for her. And then it decided the transmission went out. So
Well, okay. A few other questions. Do you know how much it's going to cost to fix? It might be better to fix it than to get another car.
Yeah, we've been looking through it. It's a 2003 Kia, and from what we talked to Sheridan Auto Tech and a couple other places, a transmission place, it's too old. They can't get the parts.
Okay.
So
then
that's where we're.
Okay. I have another question or so. How many miles on it?
Oh God, I think it's 150 maybe, something like that.
Okay. And can she afford any kind of a payment at all?
Maybe a slight one.
And
Well, we're
does
gonna
does she have good credit or bad credit?
I think her credit's pretty good. She's, rented an apartment off and on, so I think she would be able to do something. I just can't afford a lot. She's
I'll
gonna
tell
try
you
to
what,
figure out with her-
Kachina, let's get her on tomorrow for car day, okay? Tomorrow is car day. We'll have her up, see if our car experts have any ideas or any old cars. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, Fix It 24/7. The $29 today, the extreme clean before winter comes in. You can get that done if you call before 5 and book it. That's $29.
All right, you clear, buddy.
Thanks, man.
At Real Tom